ご来場のお客様にお願い申し上げます。まもなく競技を開始いたします。演出の都合上、場内が暗くなりますので、どうぞお早めにお席にお着きください。
In just a few moments, the competition will start. The light will be dimmed soon. Please be seated.
Pour ma beauté, je fais confiance à mon esthéticienne. Avec ses soins de beauté professionnels, ma peau est plus belle, mon visage paraît plus jeune et éclatant de beauté. Dans les instituts de beauté, Guino et Maricor.
安心安全と質の高いサービス Welcome to the Saitama Super Arena for the World Figure Skating Championships 2023. The Japanese Skating Federation and the International Skating Union are hosting this prestigious event in this phenomenal venue for the third occasion, having enjoyed some phenomenal skating here in 2014 and in 2019 and the previous World Championships held in this amazing venue. This is the second day of competition, and already the first of the 4 titles has been awarded, and delight for the Japanese home fans to see Miura and Kihara winning the first Japanese pair title at the World Championships. We look ahead now to the start of the men's competition, with the men's short program due to take part very shortly. Scenes now of Saitama and Mount Fuji. So many of the athletes competing, citing their praise for this gorgeous city and glorious ice rink. And there it is. So often this venue has hosted some of the world's most influential and famous music artists, and now the world's best ice skaters. The ISU official fanfare signals the start of the men's short program. I'm Mark Henretti, and I'm joined by Belinda Noonan to take you through the upcoming skating event, which is set to be a hotly contested battle between the world champion Shoma Uno and the young quad god Ilia Malinin. And those stars will perform later in the competition in the seeded event.
Welcome to the ISU World Figure Skating Championships 2023. This is an event of the International Skating Union and hosted by the Japan Skating Federation. In a few minutes, we will start the competition for men's short program.
And prior to seeing any skaters take to the ice, we will get the chance to be welcomed to the judges. But first of all, look at the starting order for the event, with Bulgaria's Alexander Zlatkov opening the competition. Skaters in this first group have a lower world ranking, but every bit the potential to score a monster score and set themselves qualification for the 24 spots that will proceed to the second part of the competition, the free skate. We saw 35 women compete in the women's short program yesterday. It will be 34 men taking part in the men's short, with Daniel Grassel from Italy being the final competitor to take to the ice on the second day of competition. Wonderful to see Jason Brown from the United States of America returning to competition. We thought that that would be his last season when he participated at the Beijing Winter Olympics last year, but the thrill and exhilaration of representing his nation on this stage has kept him in competitive shape. Keegan Messing from Canada, the 30th skater to take to the ice, has acknowledged that this will be his very last season.
We remind you that smoking is not permitted in the arena.
Shortly we will see the final slide, which includes the world champion Shoma Uno. He had a fall yesterday in practice, which affected his ankle. And there's some concerns about his ability to perform, but we've heard that this morning in practice he was skating cleanly in a short program run through, so we're excited to see his return to the World Championships, and a home nation eagerly anticipating his chance of repeating as champion. But first, we are welcomed and introduced to the judging panel who decide the fate of the 34 men competing.
Please welcome the referee, Zana Kulik. Judge number 1, Elizabeth Lueston.
番ジャッジ
Judge number 2, Andrea Simanskova.
3番ジャッジ
Judge number 3, Marco Buttarelli.
4番ジャッジ
Judge number 4, Agita Abele.
5番ジャッジ
Judge number 5, Marta Ortagale.
6番ジャッジ
Judge number 6, Mami Maeda.
7番ジャッジ
Judge number 7, Adrian Schaudenbauer.
8番ジャッジ
Judge number 8, Senem Ahuskov.
9番ジャッジ
Judge number 9, Anne Findlay. The technical panel.
テクニカルコントローラ
The technical controller, Emily Billow.
ーテクニカルスペシャリスト
The technical specialists, Anime DeBrito. Clarence Ong.
And as with the other disciplines who have already completed their short program, 7 elements must be included by all 34 men. And it is likely to be a contest of quads as to who will be most successful. Men can perform a double or triple axel, a solo triple or quad, and a jump combination, which can consist of a triple and double, a triple and a triple, a quad and a double, or a quad and a triple. And those contending for top spots will be looking to include the most difficult base value elements.
And we expect to possibly see a quad axel from Ilia Malinin from the USA in the later groups. But first, there are these first few men to come and take to the ice.
And we saw in practice from Ilia that quad axel, which has been revolutionary, transforming the expectations of skating fans and skaters around the world as to what is possible. And we'll touch on that more on Saturday when he aims to attempt that in his free skate. For these earlier skaters competing, their focus unlikely to be upon medal contention, but to secure a spot within the top 24 after the short program, because it is that number which proceed to Saturday's free skate.
But even 3 of these first 6 are attempting quads. Such is the depth in men's figure skating.
And now the first competitors will be introduced to the arena.
From the United States of America, Andrew Torgashev. From Czech Republic, Georgii Reshtenko. From Canada, Conrad Orzel. From Great Britain, Newberry. Skaters, please start your 6 minutes warm-up.
And now we look to the 6-minute warm-up.
The men, similar to the women, have 2 minutes 50 maximum to complete their 7 elements of, as Mark explained before, the 3 jumps, 3 spins, footwork, and how clean their jumps are and the quality of the jumps is what will be at stake, because even though you could be a good spinner, the only performer will probably come later in the competition. So the judging panel look at
the
quality of what the elements are, whereas the technical panel decide what these elements are, whether it's a double or a triple axel, and whether it's fully rotated or not. First up is Alexander Zlatkov from Bulgaria. He's 21 and he's from Sofia. This is his first senior ISU championship. See on the left-hand side, he's going to be attempting the triple lutz, triple toe loop combination as his opener.
Just recently, he won gold at the Soviet Trophy. The last time he competed at the ISU event was 5 years ago.
So he's been out of competition for a long, long time, and he's coming back in now that he's made his minimum technical score and qualified for this World Championship. 24 will be going through to the final.
And now we look ahead to Andrew Torgashev, the American skater who won a surprise bronze medal at the US National Championships in January. He was the US Junior Champion in 2015, and lots of hype and expectation for his potential to scale into success at the senior ranks on the world stage, but injuries sidelined him. Wonderful to see him now participating in his first World Championships.
Andrew Torgashev.
It was even pressure for him to go and make the qualifying score that he had to do after the US Nationals to be able to compete here.
In this event.
He didn't even have any USA tracksuits.
Oh.
Georgii Reshtenko from the Czech Republic at 22 years of age. This is his world's debut as well. It's a lovely technique. He's only competed 20-23 Europeans this season. So really nothing since Junior Worlds 1 year ago. So it'll be interesting to see where Georgii Reshtenko is at.
And now to a skater who has had the most unfortunate preparation. His coach Ravi Valley explaining that his boots broke down just before leaving for this event, and so had to wait for new boots to arrive and had the ordeal of breaking them in. And then whilst he has been here in Saitama, his blade broke as well. They've had to wait to get new blades. So amazing to see that he is still attempting quadruple jumps given the equipment issues that he's had. Just to put it in context, for those that aren't skaters, the athletes will have hoped to be in the same pair of boots and blades for months preceding this World Championship, not days. And now to the British champion, Graham Newberry. He had a great World Championships in Montpellier in France last year, finishing in 20th place. And he comes into this World Championship fresh with the exciting experience of having a Grand Prix in Sheffield.
This season, he has competed in a Grand Prix event in his home country.
So inspired by the great Daisuke Takahashi, and he's particularly excited to be here in Japan, the home of that wonderful skater. Looking strong with the triple axel, Euler, spread eagle.
Conrad Orzel on screen now. It wasn't sure who was going to be the second man for Canada because Keegan Messing had essentially earned Canada 2 spots the year before, and there was a bit more depth in Canada, so it wasn't announced until after the 4 continents score, and it was clear that he was really, really determined to get this opportunity.
And as Belinda mentioned, Andrew Torgashev had to compete after US Nationals to attain those minimum technical element scores. So all of the athletes competing in this men's competition must have achieved 34 points in their technical element score at an international event of a sufficient caliber.
So the dark horse in this group at this point is Georgii Reshtenko from the Czech Republic. Haven't seen as much of him on the circuit. And for Andrew Torgashev even being here is amazing. His parents were competitive ice dancers back for the Soviet Union. So there's skating in the family. That happens a lot in...
Well, just like Ilia Malinin, who we'll see in the penultimate group.
Graham Newberry, who's in this group.
His father competed at Worlds for Great Britain, so keeping it in the family for many of these skaters.
The warm-up is over. Skaters, please leave the ice. Thank you.
So now, a huge moment for the Bulgarian representative, Alexander Zlatkov. He hasn't competed at the World Championships. Did compete in the Junior World Championships back in 2018, finishing in 34th place there. So what a wonderful opportunity to represent his country at the biggest event on the International Skating Union's figure skating calendar this year.
Triple Lutz, triple toe. Two of the three required jumps into the flying camel. The step sequence, which must cover the entire ice surface. They can do a double or triple axel. For Alexander, it's a double. Alexander Latov from Bulgaria. It was cautious, but clean. So that means any mistakes that follow him probably going to be worse off.
And I think a really, as you say, clean performance, Belinda, and a great representation of his skating. There hasn't been a Bulgarian man competing at World Championships for the past few years. That perhaps indication of their ability to achieve that minimum technical element score. Now, for Alexander, he hasn't achieved that in this event, so that gives you, despite the clean skate, the level of difficulty that he has attempted in his planned program content
isn't high enough.
High enough. So context for that, most of the competitors will do a triple axel which has a base value of 8 points, the double, which we saw from Alexander, 3.3. So that just gives you an indication as to why the score may be lower than the sum weight we'll see perform later on.
Then his season's best, because he would have had to have achieved that to be able to make it into this championship. And they don't have to achieve the scores in the same event. They can achieve the short program in one and the free in another. So here's the triple loop, and you can see that had a plus grade of execution.
That plus GOE based on very good height and very good length, or a good takeoff and landing, or an effortlessness throughout. That some of the bullet points judges looking for to help the skater out.
His footwork was relatively simple but cleanly done. The double axel, and you can see that that landing foot is shattering a little bit as it's working through the landing edge, so that will be reflected in the grade of execution, and the grade of execution scores are what the judges award.
But he looks satisfied with what has been delivered, and rightly so, and I'm sure just for him, as he points to the Bulgarian flag on his jacket, he's very proud in having achieved qualification to compete here and represent his nation.
He's from Sofia too.
That's it.
Personal best of 63.3, just a point below that, and he looks satisfied.
The score for Alexander is 62.31. This is his season's best score.
And now to the second competitor, also in his first World Championships.
On the ice, representing the United States of America,
Andrew Torgashev shares the same coach as last year's Olympic champion Nathan Chen in Rafael Arutunian. And Andrew plans to open his short program with the first quad toe of the event.
Setting up, powerful flow. Following up with the triple axel. Big skid on that takeoff, but it's landed. The jump combination, triple flip, turn between, triple toe. Interesting series of turns with a choreography from Mishak Gee. Andrew has fast rotation. The illusion will help him in the levels.
Yes, this year the International Skating Union's technical committees deemed that the skaters must use some different features than the previous year, and that difficult exit what has helped Andrew to push that change foot combination spin up to a level 4. It's currently under review though from the technical panel.
This wasn't the program that he delivered at the US Nationals that gained him the place to here, so he's really been under immense pressure after a surprise result in the first place. Here's what Raphael was saying to him. He certainly has great composure. Has a powerful build, so that's the pick, the toe, not quite around, so that would be why he fell. He was about a quarter turn off, and that's what's been deemed by the specialists, the technical specialists. The triple axel, see it slowed down. There's the skid on the takeoff and the landing. The foot moved around. It was only 6 kilometres per hour coming out, so that means that he'd really halted the speed at the takeoff, forward trajectory speed. Not so much of a problem on the flip for that, but the turn in between is, because the jumps have to be immediately one after the other. There were some interesting passages of footwork and body work in the step sequence, but there wasn't any of that near any of the elements of the jumps.
Yeah, the body movement, one of the features in the step sequence, arguably the hardest feature to achieve for the skaters as they attempt to get the maximum level 4 in the steps. It looks like Andrew's been awarded a level 3. As he's joined by coach Rafael Aratunian in the kiss and cry, who we will see later on with fellow American Ilia Malinin, who will challenge for gold later on in the event. Now, Andrew's had as high as a 97.87 short program in domestic events at US Nationals. He hasn't been able to replicate that kind of a score or performance ability internationally, but definitely a talent to look out for. 70 points at the Challenge Cup in Tilburg last month, 71.41. And despite the mistakes, his higher base value technically moves him above Bulgaria's Alexander Zlatkov. So we have seen now one quadruple attempt. The next skater taking to the ice plans for 2 quadruple jumps in his short program. Born in St. Petersburg, Russia, representing the Czech Republic, 20-year-old Georgii Reshtenko.
Fantastic quad salcho. It's very circular, this program. Another edge jump, the triple, only double axel. Triple axel. Sit spin to the outside edge, trying to get another level. This is the second quad he's trying. Hand down, but got the combination to a double and then fell off that. So that's really unfortunate. They'll be costly in points. Good lift into the jump sit spin. This program construction is very circular. Combination spin, jumping over. A lot of points left on the table, I think.
Well, the opening quadruple salto has a base value of 9.7 points, and the quality of it has been added to with an extra grade of execution. Unfortunately, that first element was not followed up by success with all of the rest of the jumps in the program. And this may be a recurring theme for Georgii Reshtenko. He failed to qualify for the free skate at the European Championships in Finland. However, there is definitely a talent with strong jumping ability, just yet to replicate it under the pressure of championship occasion.
He's clearly disappointed, and he's a talented jumper. Probably working on the details and the finish of these jumps. So the height and the distance and the rotation of the jump is very good, but it's finishing it and being able to continue and do the next one when you have missed the one before. So this is the opening quad, which was beautiful. And here is the double axel, not triple. So it was a very slow landing speed. I think that with more commitment to the choreography and the idea of choreography, he would really improve a lot more. See, this well rotated that quad toe, and he put his hand down, lost his balance, and thought, I need the combination, so I'll at least do a double toe off it. But then that takes a 1 point deduction and probably broke his concentration and heart.
Yeah, mandatory -5 from every judge for that fall, and we can't underestimate the impact of pressure. And you can see his thoughts upon it. That's a relatively easy mistake to do a double toe. You can do a double toe in his sleep, even with the little speed that he had on the landing of that quad toe, but pressure's a funny old thing and can make you do strange things you're not used to.
He clearly needs more experience.
Rudolf Brezhina, coach with him in the kiss and cry area.
Another family of skaters.
So it was a 54 at Europeans, it's 59 at the World Championships. But certainly nowhere close to the potential that Georgii Reshtenko from the Czech Republic has. And we hope to see him again next year. And the arousing clap, a familiar sound for a Canadian competitor, as Conrad Orzel takes to the ice. Broken boots just over a week ago, had to have new boots delivered. And here in Saitama, a broken blade.
But his coach Ravi Waller has made such a difference to this skater. He now trains in Edmonton, which is a very, very cold place. He's also wanting to open up with a quad. Quad Selevko, double toe. So the combination's done, and here comes a second quad. Has to be different to the Selevko. Oh, dived out of that. Must be a triple, so that will be 0. His third jump will be the axel. He wants triple. No problem. So that's all the jumps completed. Into the final spin, flying camel. Has better speed. Canada's Conrad Orzel. The number 2, he'll be very pleased with his combination jump. Not so pleased, I don't think, Mark, with the popped quad.
Yes, but given the backstory and knowing what Conrad has had to deal with in preparation for this event and whilst being in Saitama, that is an incredibly impressive skate. New boots, new blades. He's had to have a new blade sharpened, and for context, most skaters, even just the slightest change in their blade sharpness is off-putting.
You could almost sense the anger.
The frustration.
Yes, the frustration and the anger.
Completely understandable, but I'm sure if any other of the 33 skaters were to face what he has,
there's the Selevko. Wonderful height. He has a very straight back to the toe. So he would have been feeling really confident at that point. Reaching back, but that's not a toe. That was the whole blade coming in. I think that that's always going to be risky when it's not a really correct takeoff. And here's the triple axel. Feet were really tight together. So you'd want to see the exit speed, I think, will be on 10.
Well, it's interesting as we look to the triple axels and the quads, the force of that extra rotation is going to cut those speeds, those outgoing speeds.
It will compress them because it'll compress them.
His coach Ravi was saying that the new blades was affecting even the right inside bracket, the step before the triple axel, and that's relatively so simple, but even the simplest of turns is affected by the blades that he's had to deal with. So to be able to land the triple axel after it is amazing. But you can see he wants to come to his first World Championships and give a personal best.
He's tough. He's had to prove himself over and over and over in the sport.
So 80 points at the Four Continents Championships in Colorado Springs last month. 67.65.
The score for Conrad Orzel is 67.65.
But
He's currently in second
over
place.
100 for grit and determination. And now to the British national champion,
Representing Great Britain,
Graham Newberry.
Newberry.
He posted a personal best at last year's World Championships in the short program of 74.92. It's that kind of score or higher that she will want to secure qualification to the free skate on Saturday.
'20th at last year's World Championships. He'll be wanting to do at least that. Skating to no good. Graham has to rely on the triple axels. He's not a quad jumper. That had great speed. That was leaning out to the left, even on the entry. So need to be the combination. So it's two jumps have had problems. You can watch the series of loops and see them on the ice. Final element, the combination spin. I think that was a hard day at the office.
Yeah, what a shame for Graham Newberry.
This is his 10th year competing internationally.
And he was so excited to come to Japan. He's acknowledged the influence of Japanese skater Daisuke Takahashi on him, his skating, his style, and his choreography.
Well, and sometimes this is sport because it was a clean short program at Europeans just a few weeks ago in February.
Had to. If I had to loop, the worst jump I thought was.
Just debriefing with his father, Christian Newberry, and a whole family affair. His brother and his coaching staff, and his brother, sister-in-law, and mother all watching this triple axel. They're here in Japan, supporting him.
It was a great start, and it was a good jump. He needs to rely on that. You can see that it's a very hard, tight landing, almost to the inside edge and up on the front of the skate, so it's pulling up a lot of snow. But it's still got a good positive GOE, and there was a problem landing too far back on the blade for really both jumps. So he's putting all into it, trying to get the crowd to come with him, and they did.
And hopefully, despite the mistake on that triple lutz, the judges will reward on the presentation. Just really challenging though for Graham, because he will know that those 2 costly errors will likely make it impossible for him to qualify for the free skate. But he didn't let that pull him back from committing. The step sequence had some unique movement, the unlisted jumps, the 1-foot axel, the split flip, some unique movement choices.
Try to shake it off, try it all you want, it won't do you no good. It won't do you no good. And I said, kiss your baby.
He had the
It's a clean short program at Europeans. He'd be wanting to even build on that, not to go backwards. But
thank you so much.
One side of the tennis net one day, the other the next.
Nice to hear his graciousness and thanking everybody for their support.
Newberry さんの得点 61.70 現在の順位は第4位です。
So, a nod of acknowledgement for a score of 61.7 for Graham Newberry. He intends to compete again, wants to add quads to his planned program content in the year to come, and we look forward to seeing it. And that rounds out the first group in the men's short program. America's Andrew Torgashev leads the field with 71.41 points. Final seconds before taking to the ice.
And what an interesting story this young man from the Ukraine has, Kyrylo Marsak. He'll be first out in this next group.
The skaters of woman group number 2 will take the ice. From Ukraine, Kyrylo Marsak. From Turkey, Burak Demirboga. From Poland, Vladimir Samoilov. From Israel, Mark Gorodnitsky. From Croatia, Jari Kessler. Skaters, please start your 6 minutes warm.
And it will be Kyrylo Marsak from the Ukraine who opens this second group at the World Championships.
And again, they will still be fighting for that top 24. So Kyrylo Marsak, obviously, because of the war in Ukraine, had to leave. And he was taken in or offered a place to stay with the Finnish champion and doctor, an emergency doctor too, Vladimir Litvintsev, who has tried everything to try and get to qualify to get to these events. But yet him and his wife have supported Kyrylo to be able to make this. And because of that, he has only recently qualified, and that makes it a wonderful story, and he keeps improving. He's only 18 years of age, so he'll be eventually going after the quads. He was 21st at European Championships.
Actually, on the day of that free skate at the European Championships, he tragically learned of the passing of his Ukrainian coach, Dmitry Shkichenko. So many challenges this young man has had. And we wish him all the best here.
Initially, he fled to Poland with his sister, so hopefully things are settling down for him personally and be able to make a difference with his skating. From Turkey, Burak Demirboga. Didn't make the cut at last year's Worlds. He was 28th in the short program, so he'd be really looking for the top 24. 5-time Turkish champion. He was 20th at the Europeans
Istanbul.
Recently competed.
Turkey, Burak Demirboga.
This is his 12th year on the international scene. He hasn't made the free program at Worlds before, and we should have our fingers crossed for him.
And now to Poland's Vladimir Samoilov. The 23-year-old didn't qualify for the free skate last year either. Last year, the qualification score for the top 24 was 71.42. Giving you a rough gauge for the benchmark that the men will want to achieve. So anything over 70, closing in on what might make that top 24. The quad salcho that he plans to open with makes his chances all the greater should he be successful with that element with its 9.7 base value.
From Israel, Mark Gorodnitsky. Born in Canada, he trains in Ontario. He's competed at Europeans a number of years. He's been 13th, he's been 17th. There's a big gap. He had a long junior career.
6 years ago, and in the Junior Grand Prix. This season, he has finished 4th at a Challenger Series in Lake Placid. And today is
his birthday.
22nd birthday. Representing Israel.
And he looked very relaxed when he was being introduced. But he's going to, because he doesn't have any quads, he will want to be foot perfect on all of those jumps and be able to get the positive GOE. Often in the men's short program, you see that all of these skaters are capable of the big level jumps, but it's a matter of minimising the errors when you come to the day of the competition, being able to get that positive grade of execution. So sometimes not going for the quad is smarter.
And that will be the plan for Jari Kessler from Croatia. He has neither quad or triple axel in his planned program content. Now, he will have successfully skated cleanly to achieve that minimum 34-point technical element score.
And at 26 years of age, this is his debut at Worlds. So even being here will be a dream come true.
So we've commented and remarked upon that minimum technical element score, which the skaters in the last group and this group have often struggled to fight to attain. But that doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter what the technical element score is. The program components can be that which dictates the result as well.
And the ranking of the skaters, which is where this draw comes from, the group that's already skated plus this group, they're actually very similar in standard. They could be anywhere on any given day. So this group and the previous group, you would have to say, Mark, are around about the same standard.
Similar, and absolutely there's potential for movement. The planned program content gives us an indication of what is possible on the technical element score, but even within that, there can be huge variation based on the grades of execution. So later on, we will see American skating star Jason Brown, or Deniss Vasiljevs. Although they may use quads, they haven't got the same technical element confidence to attempt those higher base value elements, but the quality and the grade of execution and the program components for them are what have justified some brilliant results in the past.
Yes, there'll be a triple flip that is at +5. So the judges can award between -5 and +5, and they've got rules. If you've got your foot down, it has to be a -2, and if you fall, it has to be a -5. But then there are these bullet points for +5. But when you see a Jason Brown type triple flip, how could it be much better?
And those good grades of execution, a +5, the maximum grade of execution, can add 50% to the base value of the element. So huge variability.
It's a maths game and a chess game. The 18-year-old from Ukraine, Kyrylo Marsak, will be first in this group.
On the ice, representing Ukraine, Kyrylo Marsak.
Wonderful to see so many Ukrainian flags, and there you can see other Ukrainian competitors and coaches. We saw some very moving scenes at last year's World Championship by the Ukrainian skaters. And we can expect the same as Kyrylo takes to start position, skating to pale yellow by Woodcote.
Starting his campaign with a triple axel, cautious entry, very strong landing. Here's the combination, and again landed. This will be an example of well done elements, no mistakes. Into the step sequence. Probably needs more depth of edge. Spread eagle. Series of brackets and twizzles. All three jumps landed. Good flow out on the landing edge. How proud he must feel and be. And the coach, Elina Meyer-Virtanen, should also be very, very proud.
Yes, as you said in warm-up, Belinda, amazing story of the support he's been given by the Finnish skater, his rival, and his wife, who is now here supporting Kyrylo. Amazing scenes.
So the grade of execution scores are not going to be high. For example, his triple axel, which he did land, a lovely greeting, has a base value of 8, and it is a positive GOE, but it'll only be 8.8.
So that indicates that most of the judges have gone +1 on the GOE, so considering the reduction for errors chart and the bullet points for positive and negative, they've assessed it as a +1 for the majority. And here it is, the triple axel. I think I'd have gone +2, but maybe I'm a bit too generous.
Well, let's have another look at that left foot outside takeoff edge. He has the sort of axel where he's not coming in behind. He's driving the right leg forward and high and then climbing to it. So he'll end up having a higher jump, maybe not necessarily a longer jump. It's an aesthetically pleasing landing position. So the basics are coming there, and he's only 18. Like, he's only done a total of 12 events, junior and senior. The triple loop,
This was gorgeous.
It's good, solid technique. Feet are down low. I think the footwork he will be able to develop and really get into those edges.
And it will be that technique which will have been honed from such a young age.
I can't believe it.
The kind of quality of movement that an athlete that has at this caliber will have been worked and honed with good coaching from an incredibly early age. And just wonderful to see the skating community pulling together to support him. So a score, nice. A score of 68.60 for Kyrylo Marsak. He now has to wait to see if that is sufficient to allow him to skate the free skate on Saturday. And now to the Turkish representative here,
Representing Turkey,
Burak Demirboga. This will be his 4th World Championships. On no previous occasion has he qualified for the free skate. He needs an absolutely clean performance now to make that possible.
Similar technical content as the previous competitor, which means that they all have to be landed. Triple axel, hand down. Dodgy triple looks landing, so he decided not to do the combination. Now he's going to have to rely on making that combination on the very last chance he has on the 3rd jump. And this is where he'd be thinking. Do I do triple flip double toe or go for triple flip triple toe? Triple flip, triple toe. Finishing the step sequence, he would have been feeling good about salvaging the combination jump. Back entry into the camel. Combination spin sit, and there'll be an upright.
Turkey's Burak Demirboga, and you can see his reaction to that performance. He knows that with the content that he had, he needed a perfect performance. Now, that said, if the program component scores were of seismic quality, then he may have done enough. So the program components in the short program for the men are multiplied by 1.67. So if he had truly glorious skating skills, it might have been helpful, but I don't think that will be enough to come close, unfortunately.
I think in these earlier rounds, landing the jumps is king. It would have to take something spectacular, skating-wise, when they're triple combinations, that you need the +2s to be able to get near 70 points. Because that's when they are around +1s, as you were explaining before, like the most you're going to ever get is probably between 65 and 68, 69. So they have to be exceptional in +2 and +3 and be at level 4 spins to be able to get those sorts of scores into the 70s.
Absolutely, and the intention is with the judging system as it is formed is that the ideal would be that the technical element score and the program components are fairly equally weighted. But currently, the technical element score for Burak is coming in at 28 points.
So that's another dig that's very close, and there was no drawing of the left foot to the right foot. He just did the dig really close to the heel of the edge foot. That vaults the jump a little bit more than, you know, like carries it. He does have some good deep edges. Like his skating abilities, he could probably press himself more to do a little bit more in that area, because I think he might have the feel for it. Sit spin with a jump and a back to the sit spin will increase the level. Trying to get some body movement in there. But he is disappointed about that opening triple axel.
And now, with that disappointment, you just have to hope that the athlete doesn't let that define their whole experience here in Japan, and that he can now sit back and enjoy observing the world's best and using that as a motivation and a fuel to return to training in the off-season. 65.73. That pushes the Turkish representative into 4th place at this stage. Well captured moment there between coach and student.
Representing Poland, Vladimir Samoilov.
Lorenzo Magri giving a high 10 to support Vladimir Samoilov from Poland. And Vladimir's intention is to open with quadruple salchow and then a triple axel.
So the triple axel becomes a single. Here's the third jump. Can he make it a combination? Triple lutz, triple toe. That salvages some points. outside edge to the camel. They had good stretch on the front side. That's an interesting position. A disappointing opening for Vladimir Samoilov from Poland, the 23-year-old.
And this is an athlete who finished 6th in the short program at the European Championships. And in that event, the quad salto was successful, as was the triple axel, but both eluded him here. And as we've seen in other championship events, sometimes the arena and the energy of the skaters that have proceeded pave the way for that kind of performance in others. And I think that's what we're sensing. Somebody needs to come out here and deliver a personal best and change the energy for the men competing.
Well, I think it's also indicative of at this level where many of these men can actually do these jumps, but how often do they land them consistently in full run-throughs? So then it becomes about consistent training technique. So is the technique solid, and does it consistently stand up under pressure? So they're trying for that. Consistency sounds boring, but it's very hard to achieve and to keep going and to attain. I feel like Vladimir actually has internal rhythm, but he could probably further develop it. He was going to the outside of the circle on the takeoff of that axle.
So much of that consistency is born from a good psychology, and the sport psychology increasingly commonly used for the athletes, and that may be something that's adopted.
So that's the Lutz that was coming right off the outside edge, and there's the dig to the toe. So that was planned in that position, and he landed it. But see, the landings are not formalised. The positions are not clear to the judges. So making the point and making the clarity for the judges counts to be able to, and to the technical specialists, to be able to get the levels and the composition and the presentation. Then that's where your focus needs to be as the coach and the athlete. Cartwheels are in this year.
Yeah, they continue to be du jour. But great demonstration of flexibility in the feature within the combination spin.
And is it slippery? Yes.
Yeah. So Vladimir, one of many coming from the Young Goose Academy in Enya in Italy. One of the training hubs within Europe. But you can see with the reaction to the performance, so many of these skaters really mindful and aware of the likely scores they will achieve based on what has been produced. I'm sure he wishes he could relive his short program performance almost immediately. As we look ahead to Mark Gorodnitsky, who celebrates his birthday today. We have to hope that he will be, if anybody is to skate well today, Belinda, we so sincerely hope it is him.
Well, even more so because he missed the cut for the free last year by 1 place. So his birthday present should be that 1 place. No quads for Mark, so quality will count. Triple axel. triple flip. It's smooth, concise technique. And his third jump, the Lutz, you can see that the technique, the jump technique, is stable, is reliable. To the outside edge on the camel spin. Good posture. Makes it clear that that is the start of the step sequence. Well, this is a birthday bravo. The best performance we've seen by far, do you not think?
No doubt, and the green box's top left-hand corner of the screen suggests the judges have positively reviewed all of the 7 elements for the 22-year-old today, Mark Gorodnitsky. And there are people on their feet. And you just, these moments, these seconds in this human's life, you just hope he can savor them up with a sort of videographic memory for the rest of his life to perform on his birthday in Japan.
What's so respectful about Japanese audiences is that they don't have to be in the last group or the most famous anybody. They like what they see, they stand up.
Wonderful.
That was absolutely awesome.
That was absolutely awesome, and we agree.
So here is the triple axel with the eye scope. We'll see the distance, the height, the landing, and see now we're well over 14 kilometres. So he's transferring all of that force and that speed right through into the landing, and it's good technique. Well, Mark's climbed his own mountain today. It was 3 quality spins, good quality spins, and 3 quality jumps. And the steps, whilst they were simple, they actually moved easily across the ice. They were, it didn't get clogged into one space. So sit spin, not very low, but that one is. See, for me, this might be somewhere around the break line for that 24th place.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, if he's getting into the high 6s and early 7s, his skating skills, the composition of this program is fine. It's not like we'll see in the later groups, but he couldn't have skated any better and given it any more.
And that is the ultimate.
It's his gold medal.
Absolutely, that's the ultimate aspiration for every athlete coming into this event, the desire to perform your personal best under the pressure of a World Championship stage.
Everybody. Vlad. Hi, everyone.
Personal best of 77.65. And now we see the first of the 9 athletes to deliver a personal best in the World Championships. Congratulations and happy birthday to Mark Gorodnitsky from Israel.
Good job.
Good job.
10番ヤーリー・ケスラーさん、クロアチア。
On
And
the
now
ice,
to the Croatian
Croatia,
representative,
Jari Kessler.
Jari Kessler will compete in the men's short program without triple axel, without quads, but with some elegant skating. And he performs to music by the Lumineers.
When you left this town, your windows down, and no wilderness inside. Let the exits pass, all the tar and glass, to the road and sky. The strangers in this town, they raise you up just to cut you down. Angela's a long time coming.
Good knee bend, triple Lutz. He dug out the triple toe. Every move is measured. The music's in him. Beautiful spread eagle to double axel. And a good disguise coming out. There's a classic back camel spin for just 2 revs, but beautiful. And look at that. Jari Kessler is a skater who's an artist. And he's finally made it to the world stage to show us that he's an artist. Yes, he'll be embarrassed about the last spin,
Yeah.
but anybody can recognise a skater who has the music in them. Anybody can recognise that, and that's Jari Kessler. It's like you know already he should be a choreographer.
Yes, well, what a shame about the final spin, because otherwise that was quite beautiful. And I question whether we'll see any more beautiful skating stylistically, as body awareness and limb awareness in making gorgeous extension was stunning. Jason Brown-esque.
Yes. He feels the music, and you know he's feeling it, and you can see him with the rise and fall of the phraseology of the music.
And if the judges are brave, when it comes to the composition component, they have criteria which should reward multi-dimensional movements and use of space. And the opening few phrases of the music.
And here's the thing about figure skating. So he's going to be getting off, complaining about...
Oh, schade.
He's going to be disappointed about one element, whereas the totality of what you're saying, the totality of the composition of the music and the artistry is compelling viewing for the viewer.
Well, we've referenced so much today in these earlier groups about the minimum technical element score. I don't care for his technical element score, but there's
That's
the triple
actually super good technique, you know, when the Lutz comes like with the toes together. So he's a skater, and technically you can see him using all of those edges. And here's the triple loop. It's a brave choice of music because you could put it on somewhere else and it'd sound like elevator music. But artists can bring these sorts of pieces to life as the original recording artist intended them to be.
It doesn't look like the most natural jumping technique here, the spread eagle into double axel.
His toes are even pointed in a spread eagle, if that makes sense. That's a discovery, and he had to work so hard to be able to make the minimums to make it here, and that was only recent. Otherwise, there'd only be a very few people that were aware of his talent.
Yes, and I won't forget now Jari Kessler from Croatia, and I'll thank him for that beautiful movement. And the opening prior to the first jumping pass, quite beautiful. Also, if anyone wants to watch it back, the feature camel spin position on the outside edge in his changed camel spin. Just
classic.
Yeah. But
we don't expect this to advance to the free program, and now I really want to see his free program.
61.94 in 7th place. But beautiful movement, which we sincerely appreciate, and we thank you for your work, Jari. And Jari, the 10th skater to compete, and that concludes the first two warm-up groups. Now we have an ice resurface, the holes created by the toe picks on the toe jumps being filled to guarantee perfect ice for the remaining 24 competitors, who we look forward to shortly.
本大会アンバサダーであります田中圭司さん、宮原聡子さんです。やっほー、あちらにいましたね。今回ですね、一番盛り上がってるお客様にプレゼントをお渡ししたいと思いますので、ガンガンにアピールしちゃってください。それでは田中さん、宮原さん、お願いします。本日1回目よりも結構アピールされてる方がたくさんいらっしゃいますね。刑事さん、結構軽やかに階段を駆け上がって、ありがとうございます。プレゼント受け取っていただきありがとうございます。続いて宮原さんも駆け上がってます。たくさんアピールされてますね。皆さんもっとガンガンにいっちゃってください。もう大きく大きく身振り手振りでよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。プレゼントを受け取っていただきありがとうございます。刑事君いましたね。今ゆっくりと歩いてしっかりファンサービスしてますよ。皆さんアピールできてますか？
上
Paraît plus jeune et éclatant de beauté dans les instituts de beauté Guino et Marikov.
Welcome back to the Saitama Super Arena for the men's short program at the World Figure Skating Championships 2023. Israel's Mark Gorodnitsky leads the field with 77.89 points, and he has laid his statement down to qualify for the free skate in 2 days' time.
from the very first skater in this group, the qualification begins because it's the top 24.
From Germany, Nikita Starostin. From Spain, Tomas-Llorenc, From China, Boyang Jin. From Austria, Maurizio Zandron. From Slovakia, Kyrylo. Skaters, please start your 6 minutes order.
So the first skater will be representing Azerbaijan, Vladimir Litvintsev, and he cites his biggest inspirations as Guillaume Cizeron and Patrick Chan, two of the most elegant skaters with the best quality of skating skills. So looking forward to seeing if he can replicate some of that quality within his short program to start this third group in the men's event.
Well, the power name that we're looking at in this group is, of course, from China, Boyang Jin. So he has such a fantastic story behind his skating career, and he's been up, he's been down, he's been everywhere in between. He came back for the Beijing Olympics where he placed 9th. He was 4th in Pyeongchang. He's lifted the bar for the rest of the world technically, and they followed suit when he was the first man to land 4 quads and to land 3 different quads in the 2018 Four Continents Championships, which is not that long ago when you think how fast the sport has advanced. But first to skate in this group is Vladimir Litvintsev.
Vladimir was the flag bearer for Azerbaijan at the Winter Olympics in Beijing last year. And we've seen many skaters competing in Saitama who have perhaps struggled in this post-Olympic season. The enormity of being an Olympian, a proud badge of honor for the rest of their lives, has been quite exhausting for many.
We haven't seen very much of Vladimir all season. He didn't compete at the 2023 Europeans, but he has had 6 international medals in his career. Quality skater.
And now to another skater born in Russia from St. Petersburg, representing Germany, Nikita Starostin. And there were some gorgeous scenes, Belinda, this week. He cited Deniss Vasiljevs from Latvia as one of his favorites. And those on Golden Skate Online captured some precious moments of him chatting with his idol. He's had his personal best this season.
Training partner of Luna Hendricks, coached by Yorick Hendricks, Luna's brother. Choreography by Adam Solya. He was 22nd at last year's Worlds. He'll be expecting to make it. All of this group will be expecting to qualify. But there's a birthday boy sitting in first place at the moment who might have a word to say about that.
So true. As we look to Tomas-Llorenc, Garino Sabat, representing Spain. He, another of the skaters who trains at the Young Goose Academy in Italy.
Now, he skated a great short program at the Europeans, you know, had energy. It was a really good use of the music. He skates with personality, so he's one to watch for.
And now to former world medalist Boyang Jin, who has really been one of those influential in the age of quads becoming so commonplace.
But he also brought personality. His Spider-Man program was excellent. Like, he's not afraid to go after a character or even to attempt the absurd and carry it off.
He's relocated this year to the cricket club, where he works with legendary coaching staff of Brian Orser and Tracy Wilson,
who are here with him today, so we'll see what difference that ends up making for them From Austria, Maurizio Zandron. Not a quad jumper, but a quality jumper. 17th at last year's World Championships, and that was the best skate for him. He brought his best to the World Championships. 11th at this European Championships. His GP debut, its Grand Prix debut, was last year in NHK. His brother Marco represents Spain in pairs, so it's a European family affair.
And indeed, he's born in Bolzano, Italy. Such is the diversity within our skating community. As we look to Adam Hagara, the Slovakian representative who didn't qualify for the free skate last year, missed that by just 2 spots. But he's had a good season, top 7 at his Grand Prix, Junior Grand Prix.
Young, 17. He's not 18 until April, so he's still in high school. This is his first year in the senior ranks, and he has skated junior and senior. Lovely triple axel.
It is his second time at Worlds, representing Slovakia.
You know, and skaters like physically have long legs and long arms. If they can use them well, they're going to naturally have this really good line.
Potential curse, potential blessing, depending on how they have been trained. So, as you say, Belinda, based on the number of skaters left to perform, we will know if qualification is attained. And that will be the aspiration for some on the ice. Others, like that skater on our screen now, will be viewing much higher results.
Skaters, please leave the ice. Thank you.
There's still no room for major errors. It's a testament to how fast the sport has grown when you see Boyang Jin, who's led the sport in quads, ranked in this group in his own lifetime of skating, his own career span of skating.
And now the stage is set for the flag bearer for Azerbaijan at last year's Winter Olympics. The 22-year-old Vladimir Litvintsev, who uses music by Ennio Morricone for his short program here in Saitama.
He's planning to open with a quad toe. Skaters can do one double, one triple or quad. That was a quad toe, it was lovely. One jump combination, and then they have to do a double or triple axel. So that's his single jump. So required axel, triple. The first of 3 spins. Left the combination to the third, solid as, triple flip, triple toe. use of the music for the step sequence. To his change foot sit spin. De jour illusion. Camel to the inside edge. Quality skating. Vladimir Litvintsev from Azerbaijan.
Just trying to fit in that final feature on the change foot. Combo spin at the end of his short program, and that has done enough to rouse the arena to their feet. Last year, Vladimir Litvintsev was 14th in the short program at the World Championships with his personal best of 85.83. And a clean skate like that should put him close to that kind of score.
And he's barely competed this season. The best he's done is 64.00 at the Deniss 10. Looks like the coach can't believe it. So this is the opening quad toe. You can see that has good speed running out the triple axle. Ice scope is working, so I'll see how high, long and fast. That's the forward edge takeoff, 3.5 rotations. Landed heavily on the toe, going towards the inside edge. And the spin is centered. It's really easy to see because the writing's on the ice. And that's another flip that takes off from the blade. It's not quite a loop, but it's not a toe dig. Whereas on the toe loop, there's a correct dig.
And that has made its way into the communications from the International Skating Union regarding the technique. And now if there's a real blade assist on the toe jumps, the judges should pull down the grade of execution.
He has poise and he has presence, and that was evident. It's one person on a 60 by 30 meter white arena.
Mama, papa.
Nice to hear, still saying hi to his mama and papa. Takes a family, takes a village to create a quality skater like this. So 77.95 leads the field at this stage. But 82.71 sees Vladimir Litvintsev comfortably lead and secure his place in Saturday's free skate part of the competition. And now to Nikita Starostin from Germany. Skating to West Side Story. And his choreographer, Adam Soya, said the purpose of this choice is to show his artistic side and emotional side as an athlete.
The most beautiful sound I ever heard. Maria, 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 Maria. All the beautiful sounds of the world in a single word. Maria.
Opening the triple axel, stepping out to the left quite a lot.
I've just met a girl named Maria, and suddenly that name will never be the same to me. Maria, I've just kissed a girl named Maria, and suddenly I found how wonderful a sound.
flying sit spin. Coming after a great jump combination, so he's had level 4. So 3 jumps are now completed. Very expressive. He uses his entire body. That was a beautiful performance by Nikita Starostin from Germany. Choreographed by Adam Solya. He looks like Tony from West Side Story.
Oh, yes. I actually was thinking that. I thought he looked reminiscent of his coach, Jorik Hendricks, and he cites Deniss Vasiljevs, the Latvian skater, as one of his favourites and idols, and he can really see that influence, as to the influence of his coach Jorik Hendricks and Adam Solya in creating a really beautiful style. And currently the leader comes in with skating skills in the mid-7s. Be interesting to see. I think Nikita certainly close contention with that from the program component scores perspective.
The step out for the triple axel, the opening jump, will hurt. But this was a performance that's actually delivering to the judges what they're asking for. Clarity. Like, you knew where the step sequence was. You knew where the composition of the program was, where he was using the music.
Great shot. You can see the range in his back and
it's a whole body. It's a whole body movement.
And he does Bikram yoga as one of his hobbies, and that, I'm sure, will have facilitated a good body range of movement as we see the step up into the triple axel.
And you can see that that is over-rotated. But his training is such that that's good technique for that takeoff, for that look. I don't think the rotation any quicker or it's any harder. See, he's established the landing position. This is the landing position.
Even in these slow-mos, you can see his body awareness.
Well, it's every muscle is working. He's not just waving an arm because somebody's told him to.
Mindfulness from fingertip to toes.
Yes.
Good donut.
And yes, and flexibility for men is more difficult than it is for women.
I'll never stop saying Maria.
And there's Adam Solya in the background. He's appreciating what he's seeing.
Hallo alle Deutsche. Vielen Dank für Ihre Unterstützung. Danke schön, Deu. Mama Mila. Hello, Richard.
They all look quite similar in the kiss and cry here. Adam, ready to hear the scores awarded to Nikita Starostin from Germany.
They want to be sure he's got through. Season's best.
Arigato.
Thanking the Japanese fans with an arigato. So Nikita Starostin will have to wait now to see if 75.53 will see him through to the free skate. Oh, wonderful to hear Eva Martinet, coach, saying enjoy. Easier said than done, given the pressure and inevitable nerves for Tomas-Llorenc Guarino Sabat. But let's hope that he does just that. Using St. James's Infirmary Blues, music used in the past by former world champion Maria Butrskaya.
Required axel. It's a triple with the fall. A triple or quad jump by itself. It's chosen triple Lutz. A quick spin and straight to the outside edge. So late in the program, here comes the combination jump, triple flip, good speed, good flow, triple toe. Good energy. The technical specialists are looking for the clusters, different turns in different parts of the ring. They have to use brackets, rockers, counters, choctaws. Working hard to keep this spin going into the upright crossfoot. Cartwheel de Jour. It's a fun program.
Yeah, great program. Choreography by Benoit Richaud. The music arranged by Cedric Tour, who works with Benoit. And that's so common now that music is so important for the program components. The judges, when they award their composition and their presentation, they're looking to see the musical sensitivity and timing and choreography that reflects the musical phrase and form. So when the choreographer and that arranges the music can work together, we can create better scores. Happy skaters.
All right. At least you fought, you tried. Coach being supportive. He will be wishing that he could have transported his European short program performance to this stage. So this is the triple axel that didn't complete, and so I'll take the 1.0 deduction. And the Lutz by itself, not a problem. And that was a positive GOE. So the spins, two of them made, well, that's a proper dig. You can see that toe go in, but I will say it was with a bent leg. And all the way around to backwards for the triple toe. there's an exclamation mark for the flip, and there's the cartwheel, because it's adding difficulty to the exit of a spin, we are told.
Great overhead shot. Oh, actually wonderful there to see the back outside counter, that part of the clusters. And the clusters this year have to be different. 2 clusters is a level feature in the step sequence. And this year the skaters have to perform different combination of turns. And that, another feature this year, difficult exit from the spin to bolster up to level 4.
But you still have to be able to make all the revs in the spin. And that would have been in question on that last spin.
The score, please.
So it's 67.60 for Guarino Sabat from Spain. And you can see no Q placed beside his name. That's the last we will see of him competing this week in Japan. And now to former 2-time world medalist, the 25-year-old Boyang Jin won his medals at Worlds in 2016 and 2017. More recently has struggled with injury, but a new coaching team and hoping to return to the top echelon of the sport.
Boyang made the quad lutz famous, and he wants it now, and it's only a double. Second jump, the axel, triple axel, much better. That was for the judges' benefit. But what he needs for his benefit is this combination jump. The triple lutz, triple toe. He needs to qualify. Butterfly between the sit spins, that is difficult. That was such a cool jump. This is really engaging footwork, and that doesn't happen often. I must say, 2 spins in the same position.
Well, Boyang Jin from China, what a fascinating career, and I like to see the pragmatic approach, not too despondent. He's had so many varying experiences at World Championships, good, bad, and the ugly, that somewhat in between, but fascinating to see a skater that isn't as comfortable or competent with their technical proficiency as they have been in the past, but his presentation has developed immeasurably, and if the judges have the bravery to really go for it, there should be quite a significant difference between the quality of his skating skills component and that of his presentation.
I would call Boyang Jin a yo-yo skater because he's been as high as had a bronze medal. He's had a bronze medal in the World Championships and then a couple of years later not qualified. And I don't know whether he's facing that right now because of the missed, you have to do a quad or a triple jump, not in combination. He doesn't overly stretch in the spins, but he's made something happen. That's a great Lutz technique takeoff, but he's popped it out in the air. Like from a foot point of view, that's exactly how you want to see the jump done. Here's the axel, triple axel. So high his feet nearly went out of frame. For example, on the spins, there's no wonderful stretch. So he's using everything at his disposal to make the audience come with him. And I think that that's by using interesting choices of music and risking the performance. Again, that wonderful technique into the triple Lutz, reach back into the triple toe. And that's a good cover-up at the end.
Yeah, just interesting if the judges will go negative in the rate of execution. But respect and shout out to Joey Russell, the choreographer for this short program. Great to see that tuck jump with the back arch. It's not often we see unique movement stuff.
And the toes turned in.
Yes.
And it looked good.
Musically phrased perfectly. And I really hope that when the judges come to input their composition and presentation, the first two components, that the musical sensitivity will be rewarded. Not the skater with the greatest flow and glide, as we'll see from others later on, but a good character, and great to see him back at World Championships. So a 75.04, and Boyang Jin guaranteed to skate again in Saitama in the free skate.
Even if it's 24th place.
And now to the 30-year-old from Austria. He had his best European Championship result this year, finishing in 11th place in the Espoo Arena in Finland a couple of months ago. He has a master's degree in economics. Maurizio Zandron.
Planet Earth, my home, my place, a capricious anomaly in the sea of space. Planet Earth, are you just floating by a cloud of dust, a minor globe about to bust, a piece of metal bound to rest, a speck of matter in a mindless void, a lonely spaceship, a large vessel.
Landed at a standstill, but on one foot, triple axel. First element. Same landing. Combination jump, triple Lutz, turn in between, triple toe. No flow out of any of these jumps so far.
Do you care? Have your part in the deepest emotions
Needs some drive to make it to this final spin, combination spin. It's a back entry, camel.
Planet Earth, gentle and blue, with all my heart, I love you.
Maurizio Zandron from Austria, 30 years of age. He struggled. You see lots of bad triples landed. The very perfect ones are not all that common. So being able to be a little bit off kilter and land is a good thing. And that's pretty much what happened for Maurizio today. Most of the jumps landed at a standstill. So you'll see negative grades of execution, which is what those red boxes were about. He didn't miss the jump. It's just that the judges have said it's not good enough to be into the positive range.
But interesting, you question why an athlete keeps returning to the competitive arena with all the pressures that has. But you can see Maurizio at 30 years of age really soaking up and relishing the appreciative audience.
My place, a capricious anomaly.
His best short program score is from this event last year.
Floating by a cloud of dust.
And using iScope here is the triple axel.
About to bust. A piece of metal.
Those numbers speak for themselves. So there's the takeoff, has speed, forward trajectory, and he has stayed on 1 foot. So there's no deduction, but because it's not landing on a running edge, it can't have a positive grade of execution. And that was the same for his triple loop and the same for the triple lutz triple toe. I don't know how he actually got the triple toe done, so talent.
And the judges' reduction for errors, one of the criteria is that if it's a weak landing with a bad position or scratching, you have to go down by -1 to -3 on the GOE.
And there's the turn between the two jumps, which need to be in direct combination, which means you're not allowed to turn in between.
And that takes you, the mandatory deduction for that on the judges' chart, -2 to -3 comes off the GOE.
Thank you very much.
Which gives some clarity for the judges as to what must be done when the various different errors are made.
Well, the reason that there's a million rules around all of that is to try and keep some conformity with the judges so that you don't have one giving it a +2 while another judge giving it a -4. So there are parameters that the judges have to stick by, and if they go out of those corridors, then well,
there are repercussions, but interestingly,
yes,
this year,
I was trying to think of what they were.
There's no official commission this year with the changes that have been made to the criteria this year for the judges. Trying to be pushed to be a little bit more confident to move out of the corridor for the judges, but it's a 70.36 for Maurizio Zandron. He moves into 6th place, so he has to hope for somebody else to drop below him.
Andrew Torgashev from the USA has now qualified.
And now to one of the youngest competitors, 16-year-old Adam Hagara. He competed in the first of the Junior Grand Prix of the series last August in Courchevel. Placed 7th there. Just shows the length of the season this young man has had.
He's been very busy. No quads yet. He'll be opening up with a triple axel. Good ice coverage so far. Right into the corner. So from one corner to the next corner for triple lutz, triple toe. He's a very efficient jumper. That's 3 jumps landed. He's a confident skater. He's using this music, he's reacting to it. From his sit spin to his combination spin. Well, Adam Hagara, twice Slovakian champion. He's young, but he's an elastic skater.
And it fascinates me how comfortable he looks on this stage. Others have referenced the enormity of the occasion, the fact that a World Championships in Japan comes with much bigger crowd, much more attention, and yet he looks very comfortable.
And confident. I'm here, and I'm here to play. And play. He's competed in 12 events in 12 months. So on average, he's competed once a month, or he's had some time off and he's compressed that because there's got to be training and development.
And following this event, he'll be back to the training rink to work the quads for next season.
The word that keeps coming to mind for his skating is elastic. He has easy rotation, but he's not yet in his adult body yet. Here's the opening triple axel. And it's good solid technique, stepping up to the circle there. Feet are down close together. You know that landing edge, we'll see it again here, will get stronger as his body gets stronger, even between those 2 jumps. That will become easier between the 2 jumps, but it already looks pretty good. So he's got very good technique in his spins and his jumps. He's got presence and performance and confidence and poise. He'll have to watch that take off, because that was going onto the blade. The reason why that's important is that they can't be awarded the same. For somebody who's got proper technique, that should be a difference. He's a good spinner. He's been flipping junior and senior programs for 1 year. So 1 month doing a junior version, the next month doing a senior version. So he must have good mental strength.
And that was very evident in the way he conducted himself here. And I just think now, moving forward, he deserves a break and then a return to the training ring, as I said, to work on the quads, but also to continue refining that skating skill, flow and glide. And that's what so many of the athletes will be focusing on after the end of this season. 70.29. So Adam Hagara doesn't make qualification at this stage. By 0.07 of a point behind Maurizio Zandron, who now makes the cut for Saturday. So 16 men have competed in the men's short program, and we are almost halfway through the event. And as warm-up group number 4 takes to the ice, we see some stalwarts of the men's event, with the likes of Jason Brown taking to the ice.
From Sweden, Andreas Nordeback. From Kazakhstan, Mikhail Shaidorov. From France, Kevin Amos. From Georgia, Nika Egadze. From the United States of America, Jason Brown.
What an amazing group we have coming up, because it's firepower and performance. And Jason Brown, I think everybody will be very happy that he's skating last in the group, including all the competitors that they don't have to skate after him.
Yes,
He's very
Brown.
popular in Japan.
Well, he studied Japanese, he speaks Japanese, and often in his interviews he'll use his understanding of the Japanese language, and that has garnered him a plethora of fans in this nation, and you can hear the reaction to his name in the audience.
And this Saitama Super Arena now has so many people sitting right up at the roof line, so it's getting close to being full.
And the first skater in this group from Estonia, Mihhail Selevko, the 20-year-old who beat his brother to the national title this season. They have flip-flopped all year long, and who is on top? And Mihhail representing Estonia proudly here with his brother cheating him on, I am sure. And
well, they're sharing it around. His brother competed at Beijing.
Yes,
so
indeed.
They're very close in age.
And now, fortunately, Mihhail had a top 10 at the European Championships, which facilitates 2 spots for Estonia next year. Could he come away with a top 10 spot at the World Championships for them both to compete in Montreal next year?
Yes, we're in that top 10 territory.
Vying for those kind of spots, and it was top 10 for Andreas Nordeback from Sweden, also at European Championships in Finland.
He's also young. He's just come from Junior Worlds a few weeks ago. He was 11th at Junior World Championships in Canada. So he's been flipping, good technique, easy technique. He's been flipping between junior and senior skaters. As Mark has talked about before, at the beginning of this quadrennial running up to Milano 2026, is that some of the established skaters will stay, some have gone, some don't know whether they will continue on, and there's a new bunch of skaters in men and women, ice stands and pairs, who may not look like they'll be medalists today, but may be standing on a podium in Milano. Get to know them now.
And there we see a former champion of the past at the barrier, Alexei Urmanov, the 1994 Olympic champion, with his student Mikhail Shaidorov. As we see now Kevin Amos, and how wonderful to see this skater continuing. He has struggled with injury, but fresh off the back of a 4th place finish, his best result at European Championships. And like Jason Brown, an artist on the ice, and the choreography within the short program that he will perform is quite brilliant.
Yes, 4th at the Europeans, which is the closest he's got to the podium. Five-time French champion, but 2nd this season.
And now to the first of 2 Georgian men competing here in Saitama, Nika Egadze. He here on the back of the success of Morisi Kvitelashvili, who will compete later in the event, having attained 2 spots for Georgia last year. And he looks confident with that huge quadruple toe loop in combination with triple toe loop. That's what he will start his short program with.
Representing Georgia, Nika Egadze.
And following Nika, wait to hear rousing applause for the final competitor in this group, Jason Brown, the 28-year-old. He burst onto the scene with his river dance free skate back in 2014, and he amassed an army of fans. And indeed, it was a YouTube sensation, that performance that he delivered at the US Nationals that year, and has continued to garner more and more fans.
And he's now combining competing with shows, with performing. So he doesn't want to exclusively compete or exclusively do shows. He's the first skater to try and combine them both. So how will Jason Brown fare? He's not a quad skater, but he's a skater's skater.
And Jason's been in Japan for 3 weeks now since performing in the great Yuzuru Hanyu's show. And he's, from that performance, has trained with Rinka Watanabe, one of the Japanese women competing in her team, and just is having a yes season, a yes year where he exploits all the opportunities that his beautiful skating is offering him.
He's been quoted as saying about how he asks himself, how are we trying to reach people with his choreographer, Roween Ward? How are we going to leave them feeling when we walk away? And it's impossible after Jason has skated to feel nothing when you've walked away. You will feel something.
And interesting that Jason has such a place in our sport. He hasn't got a world championship medal, and yet within the world of our figure skating community, his name is one of the most widely recognized and appreciated, which is really a testament to what fans love.
Yes, exactly. He's been at Worlds 4 times, never on the podium. The best he's ever been is 4th, and that's all because of a few jumps, really.
The vote is over. Skaters, please leave the ice. Thank you.
Mihhail Selevko san, Estonia.
On the ice, representing Estonia,
So Mihhail Selevko, the Estonian national champion. His brother won the previous 3 national titles. Now it is Mihhail who flies the flag for his country and his family.
Good speed. Big weight between the turn to the back and then the quad toe. So he's not done the combination on that one, but he will have to do a combination. And that's coming up now for the triple Lutz. Triple toe, will he wait? Triple Lutz. Triple toe. To the step sequence. Watching for the clusters. See if you can pick if that's different from the first one you spotted. Good entry to the camel spin to the outside edge.
A perfectly dynamic finish position to conclude the short program for Estonia's Mihhail Selevko. And a ruffle of the hair as he processes what has taken place, and it's the triple axel which eluded him, which will be costly.
Yes, and even in this group, and you know, ranked higher, there's still a possibility that you may not qualify.
And certainly the dream of pushing towards the top 10 made more difficult with that fall.
And unexpected. He has a very fluid style, and it's unfortunate that that quad toe didn't land successfully because he came in with plenty of glide and there was no reason for it not to. Here's the triple Lutz. Almost a double load, but not quite, to the triple toe. Clearly it lands backwards and on an outside edge.
Good intermediate position within the combination spin, and such a difficult entry into this triple axel.
Okay, so watch what he does coming out of this with the, with the right side. It hasn't fully rotated. Sometimes you can land forward or on a quarter and the technical panel will downgrade it anyway, but you can remain on your feet so that you don't get the 1.0 deduction. But he's likely, it's being shown as just a fall.
These slow-mo scenes really allow us to appreciate the performance level that he has.
And what we see, our slow-mos, what we see, is not what the judges and the technical panel see. And they have one fixed camera only at the end of the panel, so it's fair for all of the judges. But they can slow-mo some elements and can't slow-mo others.
So a score of 76.81, and Mihhail Selevko moves into third place, and we look forward to seeing his great performance ability in the free skate on Saturday. And from one expressive European skater to another, Andreas Nordeback, born in Stockholm.
Representing Sweden, Andreas Nordeback.
And the Swedish skater will perform to Hurt by Johnny Cash, the choreography by Benoit Richaud. And when the technical elements cooperate, this is a great vehicle for him in his debut at the World Championships.
To see if I still feel. I focus all the way, but I remember everything. What have I become? My sweetest friend, and you could have.
Second jump will be the combination, the triple Lutz to triple toe, far more successful. He's mesmerising. Into the flip. Oh, that's such a good sit spin. So many interesting shapes. Well, well, well. That opening triple axel may hurt even as far as qualifying, but we've found ourselves another performer of a different genre.
And you sense his utter commitment to the concept, the music. What have I become, my Swedish friend? One of the lyrics for the Swedish skater within his short program. And I thought his ability to keep energy with the voice of Johnny Cash, he managed to work with varying different energies within it.
Yes, you're so right, because just putting on a black leather-like jacket isn't going to do it. No. So it has to come from within. And it was a performance that built. I think hopefully it does get the recognition for all the program component scores for all the rules that you've been so wonderfully telling us, all the criterias. There's the big moment, there's the big wink from the coach. You can be this person.
Well, for the presentation component.
I find something about him that's quite mesmerising on the skating. In the footwork in particular, he was creating different shapes all over the place that we have never seen before.
And that's such a rarity.
And that's the one jump that hurts. Clearly a very good jump. At 19 only last week, does not have the quads yet, but hopefully they will come.
There, that use of body movement that judges want to see for the composition component.
The blade a little bit onto the ice during the dig. You can see it even in slow motion. He's not pretending.
And it's interesting, you know, as a teenager, we can become more inhibited and not as expressive, and yet he absolutely lived the music, heart on his sleeve, and commitment to the Johnny Cash short program for Andreas Nordeback.
Yes.
So his reaction with the yes is because it is enough to qualify. Andreas Nordeback looks visibly pleased and probably a little relieved that despite the fall in the triple axel, he will compete again in the free skate.
And we get to watch him again.
Now, the next competitor has a different approach in terms of the focus. It will be the quadruple jumps, which he banks upon to place well in his second World Championship.
Mikhail will need the jumps to get through, and that is the quad salcho perfectly executed. To the other end of the rink where the triple axel also completed. Made the revs. So you'll see a green box. There it is. So the jump combination is the quad toe to the double toe, stepping back. So the footwork sequence satisfying the criteria required. The final change foot combo spin. The spins are in at level 3s.
And a fist pump for Mikhail Shaidorov from Kazakhstan, who is delighted, and such a fascinating contrast in the approach from back-to-back performances. Shaidorov relying upon 2 quadruple jumps and a cleanly landed triple axel, but lesser program component skills, skating quality to Andreas Nordeback from Sweden, who we've just seen.
His jump technique is wonderful. He's coached by Alexei Urmanov, the 1994 Olympic champion, and lives in Sochi in Russia. But here we have a clear demonstration of jump power versus skating and performance power. And it's when you've got like Nathan Chen's and your Hanyu Yuzuru's where they come together and they have both and all of it. Onu. So the current world champion, the same thing.
And that now is the development aspect, and so different coaches have different approaches. This spread eagle change edge mohawk into quad salcho is creative and difficult, a bullet point for the GOE, and somewhat effortless.
Beautiful, perfect. Why couldn't you give that a +5? It's an absolutely gorgeous jump. Triple axel, a little bit off kilter in the air, but it's still fine jump. So you can see it's gone a little bit far. See that snap to get the ankles together. Marvelous technician. The step sequence was rule satisfying.
And interesting that then the step sequence attained a level 3, but almost at base value in the grade of execution. So the technical panel recognizing sufficient number of cleanly performed turns and features attained, but the judges not satisfied that the quality of it was worthy of a massive boost in the grade of execution.
Simply, it was just above the base value.
It's amazing.
The technical panel has determined there's a quarter turn short on the quad toe.
Mikhail Shaidorov off the ice, his jumping skill is amazing. The plyometric work he's done His elevation of the ice, incredible.
75.41今シーズンの自己最高得点を更
So
新しま
flanked
した
by Urmanov and Katarina Muller in the kiss and cry. He scores 75.41, just short of his personal best.
This is his season's best score. He's currently in 5th place.
Safely through.
So we have seen quadruple jumping prowess, we've seen quality components. Kevin Amos has the potential to deliver both. He's been battling back from injury, but we've seen quad jumps in practice. And look out for unique movement choices, creativity in the transitional content for this brilliant French skater.
From the outset. Quad toe, lovely to triple toe, strength. It's going for 2 quads in the short. Beautiful position of the camel spin. Without any contortion, just beautiful positions. Here comes his planned combination jump, triple Lutz. How's that?
It's just a brilliant, brilliant short program, utterly filled with mesmeric transitions, and he takes his hands to his mouth as he sees the reaction of the audience who are now standing applauding this brilliant Frenchman. And he said, when I asked him his goals for the event, he said he doesn't have a specific look on result, not top 10 or top 5. His real goal is to skate from his heart out on the ice, being himself and showing the world who I am. And he showed the world how brilliant he is. And he and coach Sylvia Pantana.
As you fell.
Oh, you did.
They have gone through so much together.
Oh, you did.
She's saying, oh, you did. She has supported him through thick and thin.
He's an emotional skater who leaves nothing behind, good or bad. So here is the opening quad toe.
Perhaps a
And
little lucky
triple
with a
toe.
rotational call
Yes,
there.
yes, yes. And then the triple axel. So he's a fine jumper. There's like he's got quads, everything. when you have to be very confident about the jumps to be able to use all that energy for the performance. There's the triple Lutz. Yes, he's got all of the jumps done, so he can really go off this. This running section was so cool.
Brilliant.
And then there was the snake arm.
And, you know, when the judges come for presentation, there it is, you called it. When it comes to the presentation, the judges have to reward. You won't see much more commitment as we see the aerial.
No hands cartwheel.
And there's no tangible value for that movement. There's nothing in our criteria to reward it with a score, but when it comes to the composition, the judges have to give extra.
It's such magical skating.
Now,
well, he'll be leading so far. It's a matter of how much.
he had a season before injury where he was showcasing potential for world medal, but since then has really struggled with those injuries. Looks like he's back at some of his very best form. Let's see the reaction. 95.56 and a components score of 44.45. Indeed, that kind of component score means that some judges were in the nines, and so deservedly so, I think. Kevin Amos puts a challenge for a medal.
We're privileged.
21番ニカ・エガゼさん、ジョージア。
On the ice, representing Georgia, Nika Egadze.
And now to the first of the Georgian representatives here in Saitama. Nika Egadze skates to the brilliant music by Benjamin Clementine. I Won't Complain.
Opening up his short program with quad toe a little bit forward. Does not try a combination.
It's a wonderful life, it's a wonderful life. Traversing tears from the heavens. My heart is a melodram in fact. Set alight by echoes of pain.
So will this be the combination? It's only a double, and he doesn't go for the second jump.
My smile, I walk, I cry, I dream, I smile, I walk, I cry. You might not say
There's a required double or triple axel, so he cannot make a combination from that.
just as yesterday.
Double or triple? Triple.
No, I want to play.
Excellent sit spin. Gone for all of the 8 revs.
I want to play. No, 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 I want to play. No, I want to play. Oh, my good days are far gone. They'll surely come back one more. So I want to play. Oh, my good days are far gone. They'll surely come back one more. So I want to play.
Final spin, the camel. It'll be a disappointing skate for Nika Egadze from Georgia. Just 20 years of age. He's got more to give, more to come.
Absolutely. And his past 2 results at European Championships give you an indication of some of the variability in his delivery. 28th in 2022, 7th a couple of months ago in Finland. Unfortunately today, that performance isn't going to give him what he wanted.
He was going for a quad Selko combination, and when it doubled, he didn't know what to do, I suppose, because it was double sail, double toe, which has to be a minimum of a triple combination. So he would have had to try and get a triple toe off it.
So difficult in the split-second moments to reconsider.
Well, he was at a standstill at that point too, so there is the opening quad toe. It was very high, landed a little bit too far forward, and that's ended up giving him a negative grade of execution. So this is the quad sail that went to the double, and he elected to do nothing over it. So he actually ends up with a few points.
It's a wonderful life.
The axle,
Wonderful life.
not a problem, and in the second half, so it gained a bonus.
My heart is a melodrum in fact.
The fundamental skating skill quality not as comparable with some of those that we have seen, and he really did need the 2 quadruple jumps to guarantee participation in Saturday's free skate. I suspect the program components in the 6s, and it could be the case that he makes Adam Hagara from Slovakia very happy. He's the 11th ranked skater at this stage and the first not to qualify, as he is flanked by Terry Tuperitsa and Sergei Dudakov, his coaches.
The score, please.
It's an anxious wait.
A disappointment for the Georgian skater, 65.17, 16th place. And some way down from qualification. We have already seen today in the men's short program a masterful example of program components from Kevin Amos, the leader. We can guarantee the same from this veteran of the senior international circuit. Fans around the world delighted to see Jason Brown returning to competition.
All on one foot, all the way down the ring, triple flip. Triple axel, he'll be pleased. Just made that camel spin. Combination jump, triple lutz, triple toe. Seamless. The music is melancholy. The performance is marvellous. Jason Brown, USA. Mark, if this is where skating's going, this, Kevin Amos, take us there on an express train.
Yeah, this is what the skating fans around the world crave.
Want.
They crave this. Tracy saying, what a moment. Tracy Wilson, his coach of many seasons now, who was with him in Saitama before in 2019, with him again now.
It was everything we know about Jason Brown. It was the opening triple flip. It's the long weight going into the triple axel. It's fine triple axel, and we'll see it again. Not overly big, not overly fast, but still beautiful. Look at the carriage coming out. And the combination jump will be the triple Lutz, triple toe. He was trying the quad salcho's running into Beijing Olympics. And there's technique. It's a proper dig. It should get the value. It should get all of the +4s and +5s because it deserves it. Maybe that landing would take it just that little tiny bit off, and that's only fair. The music was melancholy. I'd never thought that there'd be something better than Cinnamon.
Oh, you can see the investment from his coach, Tracy Wilson, there. That's gorgeous.
Thank you for coming back, Jason Brown.
Absolutely. And his parents are here in Japan, and I'm sure they as proud as ever. And I just think there's huge gratitude from the skating community for his return.
There's room for all of this.
Didn't have the quad that Kevin had. How will that result be? So Kevin, equally brilliant on the components, but had the quad. And so Kevin Amos leads Jason Brown, but two masterful examples of skating.
The best two are in the first two spaces.
And it'll be interesting to see how long they stay there.
And now we'll take a break to surface the competition for...
There you see Kevin Amos, 95, ahead of Jason Brown, 94. And it will be interesting to see how that plays out as we look towards the latter stage of the men's short program at this World Figure Skating Championships 2023 in Saitama. Ice resurface now, and then we look forward eagerly to see the anticipated battle between American Ilia Malinin and the reigning world champion Shoma Uno from Japan.
Pour ma beauté, je fais confiance à mon esthéticienne. Avec ce soin de beauté professionnel, ma peau est plus belle, mon visage paraît plus jeune et éclatant de beauté. Dans les instituts de beauté, Guinan et Maricor.
時計をつけると気持ちがシャンとしますので、スイッチみたいにルーズなムードを変えてくれるかな。自然と前向きに
we head towards the final two groups of competitors in the men's short program at the World Figure Skating Championships in Saitama. And this, the first group to host entrants from the home nation, as Sota Yamamoto and Kazuki Tomono will take to the ice. But first, in front of your screen, Lukas Britschgi.
Lukas said that his European bronze medal was a lifetime moment. What's he going to make of this at World Championships?
The skaters on warm-up group number 5 will take the ice.
Deniss Vasiljevs, the final skater to take to the ice, the last to perform after the warm-up.
From Switzerland, Lukas Britschgi. From Japan, Sota Yamamoto. From Japan, Kazuki Tomono. From the United States of America, Ilia Malinin. From Georgia, Morisi Kvitelashvili. From Latvia, Deniss Vasiljevs. Skaters, please start your 6 minutes warm-up.
Well, again, we were likely to be treated to a huge range of diverse approaches with this group of skaters, and you can hear the excitement building in the venue from the Japanese fans. Not only are they here to cheer on Sota Yamamoto and Kazuki Tomono, but equally respectful of the history maker that is Ilia Malinin.
Could he possibly have a TES world record score? That would be a very interesting thing. Could he go after Nathan Chen's world record TES score? I don't think he can in the components, but he may be able to do that. But would he be doing the quad axle in the short program?
Planned today.
So we'll be having a whole lot of other quads, and then we have the brilliance of Deniss Vasiljevs in the vein but different of Kevin Amos and Jason Brown. Basically, we have another performer, another artist, and he views figure skating as art. Lukas Britschgi. Now, this guy is smart.
Representing Switzerland, Lukas Britschgi.
Whilst Lambiel is his idol, and came to congratulate him after his 2023 Europeans, he never saw figure skating as a way of life. It was a hobby for him until he was 15, and he landed his first double axel. He thought, this is pretty cool, I'll keep going.
And now the first of the 3 Japanese entrants, Sota Yamamoto. He's competing in his first World Championships, just popping the triple axel there. But what an accomplishment as 23-year-old to be chosen to be a member of the Japanese team at World Championships in your home nation. He was a rival of Shoma Uno as a junior. He was a bronze medalist at the 2015 Junior World Championships when Shoma Uno won. But since then, broken bones derailed him. But he's had tenacity and come back.
And here's Kazuki Tomono, planning 2 quads. You can see in his program his planned program components. He's got a sports science degree, so he knows all about conditioning, knows about looking after his body, and he's another skater, another Japanese skater, who looks up to the legendary Daisuke Takahashi, world champion as well, who will be in the ice dance here for Japan.
And Kazuki has 2 small medals from his previous World Championship experiences. Those as a result of his successful short programs. Once a big medal here. As we now look at the quad god, Ilia Malinin, making history with his successful quadruple axel earlier in the season. We've seen it in practice here. We won't see it in the short program. You can see on the left of the screen, the planned program content doesn't include the quadruple axel. Too risky today, but he may need that if he is to contend for the world title in the free skate on Saturday.
To demonstrate how prodigious his talent is, really at such a young age. One of his main goals after winning his first US national title in January was to be able to get his driver's license. He is efficient in the air. And he's got such a perfect physique for multiple rotation because he has strength and reach.
And now to Morisi Kvitelashvili. He had that amazing result in Montpellier, France at last year's World Championships when he was in 4th place, looking more comfortable perhaps than we've seen him this season with that quad salto. He struggled in the Grand Prix at the end of 2022.
Last season, he placed 4th at World.
He's going after 2 quads, 2-time Olympian. This is his 6th appearance at a World Championships. Very popular with other athletes.
Deniss Vasiljevs, the 5-time Latvian champion. He has a huge following, and that quadruple salto down here, but it's been consistent, it's been looking good in practice. He will need that based on what we've seen so far.
Well, here is the Latvian champion, training in Switzerland, skating to an Englishman in New York. He says he's never put this much of himself into a program before, so we are in for something special. He thinks about things deeply, maybe sometimes too deeply, but that's who he is. He's expressive and he's innovative. As we go back to Ilia Malinin.
Just saw Deniss down again on the quad salto. I hope that doesn't affect his confidence before his performance towards the end of the group.
Lukas Britschgi, taking a bit of time off from studying business at uni.
The Japanese fans, so polite, but you can hear resounding clapping of hands to the triple axel from Sota Yamamoto. And the quad toe looking equally comfortable for the first of the Japanese competitors.
Thank you.
And the short program, cruel for some, exhilarating for others.
And as we start this penultimate group, we will start to see those that contend for medals.
On the ice, representing Switzerland,
Lukas Britschgi, he's had the best season of his career without a doubt. He is regularly asked to perform in exhibition gala performances at the end of the competition, regardless of his competitive result, thanks to his brilliant performance abilities.
Planned combination, quad toe, double toe. Safe triple axel. That's a bullet sit spin with a difficult entry. Step sequences covered a vast area of the ice. Final flying camel with a flying butterfly entry. Seven green boxes.
Another brilliant skate. The men's competition started with some challenging performances, but now things really hotting up, and Lukas Britschgi adding to a great event. The quadruple toe was in combination with a double toe. He wants the triple, so he loses just shy of 3 points there. And perhaps what will separate him from the likes of Kevin Amos and Jason Brown will be the grades of execution. We start to enter into a nitpicking situation where the bullet points for the GOEs really come into play. But nevertheless, he has done himself very proud.
He's been very clear that there's no real goals. He'll take things step by step. He said that's his path. And there's his coach, Michael Hood. He's very engaged with his music. So there's the opening quad toe. Just a moment's hesitation that he didn't pull for the triple. The arms just moved right down through his body and didn't quite make it. All in all, still a clean program. There's ice scope coming out perfectly good triple axel. Looks slightly as if it was on a lean to the right, but see, this is where confidence and attitude and being relaxed in front of a crowd can take you over. Beautiful technique on the Lutz. Did you see that drawing of the foot on the outside edge? Beautiful. How it should be.
And here with the spins, quality spin, level 4 on 2 of the 3. Just the grades of execution. Judges looking for the effortlessness, good, clear, controlled positions.
The clarity.
And good. Maybe just not as good as the brilliance of...
Well, very good, but probably not great. So just a small level of excellence. And it is becoming nitpicky. Because was their commitment to the performance, the skating skills very good or excellent? Yes, they are. He says his last year has been amazing. So his best score has been 86.51.
Just shy of a personal best. His program component scores in the 8s as opposed to the 9s, which we saw from those two above him. Lukas Britschgi showing consistency and quality in a brilliant season for him so far. And now to the first of 3 Japanese men's competitors. A huge moment for Sota Yamamoto, his first World Championships. He was 5th at Japanese Nationals, but still selected for the Japanese team based on the quality of the season he's had, and he vowed to train hard to justify his place here. Skating to the music yesterday by Michael Bolton.
Quad toe hands down. This is an easier quad, but no combination. His final spin, sideways sit spin. A difficult skate for Sota Yamamoto from Japan.
My heart really just goes out to him. So desperately wishing that the Japanese entrants would have the dream skate, the clean skate, performing in front of their home audience, and unfortunately for Sota Yamamoto, it was not that today.
He's never competed at a World Figure Skating Championship or a Four Continents, and so the very first ISU Senior Championship he's competing is at home, and look what he's able to see. If I were him, I would be taking as long as I could for the bows as well, while he can take all of this atmosphere in and everybody waving the flag for him. He would have been expecting, you know, both the quads, and he did get 2 quads done, but they were messy.
And it was,
and then a fall on the triple axel. So it's, and it made it difficult with the program, because the program construction almost relied on those jumps being landed. So here's the quad toe, good dig action around to backwards, hands down, and then he's popped up the double toe. So you can see that that's really just, and it has a minus 2.31 grade of execution. A similar thing happened on the quad Sao. I would have liked to have seen more engagement with the music.
I think we've been treated to such musical interpretation and finesse as we see the fall on the triple axel from Kevin and Jason that this did seem relatively sparse. You can see the blood in his hand from the catch camel. He had a challenge in the flying camel, that coming in at just a level 2.
Very skillful. He's had a very silver season, two in the Grand Prix, at the Grand Prix final.
And it was this season when he landed both quads and the triple axel cleanly at the NHK Trophy, when he posted a monster score of
96.49.
But he really needed those quads
to make it happen. Well, you do at that score range. It's very difficult to get into the 90s, even with a Jason Brown program.
And interesting though, his components dropping down into the 7s because the presentation and composition affected by the mistakes made. So Sota Yamamoto scores 75.48. Like Rinka Watanabe, the first of the 3 Japanese women yesterday in the short program, He finds himself lower than expected, but good to see that he's smiling in the kiss and cry, and he'll skate again for redemption on Saturday.
25番
Back-to-back Japanese entrants in the men's competition.
On the line, representing Japan,
Kazuki Tomono, the 24-year-old, he has competed at World Championships before, twice, and both times he was a substitute entry, taking the place for another competitor who was unable to compete. He did brilliantly both those occasions, 5th and 6th. He's here as of right, based in his 3rd place at the Japanese Nationals.
And he has scored over 100 in the short program. So fast down the ice. A textbook perfect quad toe, triple toe. And the jump by itself, the quad salco, and that was always leaning out right when he did the right forward inside mohawk, unfortunately. He's shaking it off right away. No hesitation into that triple axel. He is a bag of energy. Oh, this is great. Now he's playing with the cameras. Yahoo! It doesn't matter about the Selko, because it was such a fabulous performance, and it brought this entire arena in with him.
It looks like he finished joyful, and then a split second later thought, oh yeah,
I missed something.
Yeah. Utterly in the moment, and there aren't many skaters globally who could pull off that piece of music as emphatically as he did.
He's looking around like, I cannot believe this.
Not only Japanese flags, but an abundant number of Tomono flags to celebrate this young man. And as I say, it's his 3rd World Championships, and he's here by right.
He was going for it. He's right into it, right from the very beginning. Here is the quad toe, triple toe. There was no hesitation coming up to it. How many more bullet points do you want for that? That is awesome. Here's the Selko that didn't have its balance. But like, that's a hard fall. But literally within 2 seconds, he'd forgotten it and he was into this. So he must be very well trained, very well disciplined, but also genuinely love this music. He added so many theatrical, entertaining pieces. Beautiful triple axel. You can see the exit speed speaks for itself. And it's close to, it's high, it's a high jump.
And interesting, Sota Yamamoto has more flow, more glide, more speed across the ice. But in terms of presentation and composition, this program much stronger, more entertaining and engaging. Talk about the demonstration of engagement, commitment and involvement based on an understanding of the music and the composition. That's what the judge's criteria says. He was engaged and committed.
Well, it won't be his best score.
So despite that painful fall on the quad sacro, which I hope won't hurt him too much tomorrow, he stays in close contention, 92.68, less than 2 points behind Jason Brown and 3 points behind Kevin Amos. He now has to wait to see if that will be enough to keep him in medal contention at the end of the event. And now we move towards one of the heavy favourites for the title here in Saitama.
Representing the United States of America, Ilia Malinin.
The American quad god, Ilia Malinin. He has been revolutionary this season with the quadruple axel. That will not be included today. He needs to deliver, though, in his short program.
I put a spell on you because you're mine. You better stop the things that you do. Oh, because I am.
This will be the quad lutz. Triple toe. He's already close to 20 points. That's one jump. Second jump. Quad toe. Final spin. Tour de force, Ilia Malinin. And he's starting to bring the attitude and the performance. It's what he's been lacking. He's 18.
It's amazing, and he is so widely regarded as this, I think, self-proclaimed quad god, and rightly so because of what he's achieved. But that short program had musical punctuation and acknowledgement throughout. The step sequence hit so many nuances within the music, demonstrating his awareness of what is necessary to compete with the likes of a Shoma Uno, who has brilliant component scores.
Everything is positive GOEs. Every element.
Well,
and level 4 steps, all level 4 spins.
Interesting to see, though, that the skating skills component score is still in the 7s, and so the judges still sending a message that whilst he has showcased some brilliance,
they want more.
They do want more.
So here is the opening quad lutz. Again, that's just beautiful technique, and it's so backward. There's no question about it. Into the triple toe. He has such lower body power and long limbs, and he's able to bring those to the center of his body, and it just creates beautiful, beautiful rotation. Great spins.
Well, I thought the change camel, there was a right arm punctuation, a left arm punctuation, perfectly on point.
Here's his triple axel. You can see how much higher it was than the previous skater. So he's got the space in there for another rotation. He probably would have liked a little bit more flow out of that. He's comfortable and he's confident.
I spoke with his mom, one of his coaches, at the Junior Grand Prix, and she explained that there was a need for him to be pushed choreographically, and that's just so evident now. He came out to Japan later than so many of the other competitors. Didn't fly out till, I think, Sunday. And that in itself a testament of his confidence. Or maybe it's just because he's still a high school student and needed to stay in school last week.
He's still at school. And he's called Gritty God by his schoolmates. That's become a thing on TikTok.
His father, Roman Skornyakov, in the kiss and cry alongside Rafael Aratunian. So he breaks the 100-point barrier again. He had 100.16 at last year's World Championships, a couple of tenths higher this year, 12 months later, but we know there is so much more to come from Ilia Malinin in the free skate. And from one youngster new to World Senior Championships, relatively speaking, to a much more seasoned campaigner. The 28-year-old, born in Moscow, representing Georgia, Morisi Kvitelashvili, hoping to return to the form of last year's World Championships that has eluded him so far this season.
Oh, tell me, do we get what we deserve? Oh, we get what we deserve.
Setting up for the quad Salco, not successful. A little bit cautious coming to this triple axel. Again, cautious. So there's a combination. It's a quad jump. That is a proper loop. He almost completed the circle. Excellent sit spin position.
Morisi Kvitelashvili from Georgia, suffering a similar kind of challenges to his compatriot and training mate Nika Egadze. Both men struggling with the quadruple jumps, and unfortunately they cannot bank upon a fundamental skating skills quality that will help them in the program component scores. And his scores this season have been a fraction of what they were last year, post-Olympics.
His jump technique, particularly on the toe jumps, uses the blade a lot, and hopefully we'll see some of this in the slow-mo, because the jump combination is listed as a quad toe, double toe. But this is the first one. This is the Selevko. Fully rotated, but the balance was too far back.
Not the range of position in the camel feature that we've seen from others. So.
And here is, that is a full blade on the ice. So, like, it's not a toe loop. So it is a quad jump, but if it's the same as the Selevko because it's coming off the inside edge, then it's actually a repeated.
Not allowed in a short program.
Which is not allowed. So it's a jump that's called a quad toe, but there is no toe action. He's achieved level 4 in the steps. I thought the steps were very engaging, and the sit spin was very good.
Bracket rocker counter, a cluster, one of the level features. When you see it from the hot head camera above, you can see slight change of edge. That not the viewpoint, though, that the technical panel will get.
Good spot.
So, Morisi Kvitelashvili from Georgia at the Winter Olympic Games in Beijing 13 months ago, he posted a 97.98. This year, his highest yet has been 80, and sadly, it won't even be that here.
The component scores are middle-ish 7s. He's very popular.
And his genie from Aladdin exhibition guaranteed to entertain crowds around the world. But it's a 73.05 for Morisi Kvitelashvili. And he slots into 14th place.
In the first group to skate at this point.
Former two-time world champion Stéphane Lombière, the long-time coach of Deniss Vasiljevs, his parting wisdom. I can confirm to have seen lots of quality quadruple salcho's in practice from Deniss. Unfortunately, it didn't look comfortable or confident during the 6-minute warm-up.
all-ring set up for this attempted quad Salchow, and it's on one foot, but it's clearly landed forward. Safe triple axel, and he needs to get a combination, and then we can have the artist. Outstanding positions. More speed for this jump combination. Lutz, toe, and he hangs on because he was sitting a little bit back. Here we go. Fabulous.
Deniss Vasiljevs from Latvia, applauded by his coach Stefan Lombiel and applauded by those standing around the arena. So popular, and it's fascinating, Belinda, because we've seen now Kevin Amos, Jason Brown and Deniss Vasiljevs, and of those three men there have been so many World Championship experiences. Deniss now 23, he's been on the circuit for so long, and it is just wonderful to see those that are consistently coming back to World Championship competition, and we're able to enjoy and appreciate the development of their creativity and their presentation and their composition.
Absolutely. And it's clearly what the audience want to see, because it's a spontaneous action when you go to your feet to applaud somebody's performance. You never quite know what you're going to get with Deniss Vasiljevs. What I love about this choreography is it is so casual. Now, to choreograph casual, so that's not around, so that will get an under, but he landed it, and that's probably a big bugbear. But sometimes triple axel is fine. Good driving height through the push-up from that left forward outside edge. Maybe could have been a little bit more flow coming out. And oh, sublime, gorgeous, the positions in the camel spins. And being able to hold them, and then we'll see them.
Well centered as well.
Yes. But you understand what I mean about the casual choreographies, like, you know, like there's nothing about it that's sloppy.
Perfect for the music choice.
This was lucky for the triple Lutz and the triple toe. How is that? That was determination. No wonder Stefan Lombiel was
proud of the effort.
Yes, proud of the effort, because he didn't let anything go.
Under-rotated though, and a bad straight of execution. So brilliant. So delighted to see it. But in an event of this standard,
when there's major errors, you cannot go more than 2 points. You cannot go like a perfect tens, for example, in any of the. You can't go high.
And interestingly, brilliant though the choreography was, a little more sparse early in the program. not as
setting up
detailed.
for the jumps.
But how lucky we are to be able to nitpick at this stage in the World Championships, such as the quality of some of the choreography and composition that we have seen. So it is an 82.37 for Deniss Vasiljevs. Qualifies comfortably, but perhaps a little lower than he would have liked, and he has to wait to see now if that 7th place could knock him out of the penultimate group for the free skate. We have to assume that the final 6 competitors will vie for the top 6 spots.
The skaters of warm-up group number 6 will take the ice. From the Republic of Korea, Junhwan Cha. From Canada, Keegan Messing. From Italy, Matteo Rizzo. From Japan, Shoma Uno. From France, Siao Him Fa. From Italy, Daniel Russell. Skaters, please start for 6 minutes or...
Well,
Power-packed last group.
hugely exciting, and
Shoma Uno looked concerned
yes, Shoma
and
has
concentrated because of this injury.
He's had a difficult week, Shoma. He's been vocal about the challenges that he's faced in practice, not the ideal practices here, and then an injury potentially exacerbated with a fall in practice yesterday.
The dark horse, I think, in this group is the Frenchman, Siao Him Fa. Keegan Messing's going to bring the house to its feet early on. Whether he has the firepower to be up there in medal contention, I don't know. So Junhwan Cha, also magnificent, wonderful technician, coached by Brian Orser, 5th at Beijing. You can see his program
second Olympic Games
components.
At his 2 Grand Prix events and won his 7 consecutive national titles.
So he'll be starting out with the quad.
Republic of Korea, Junhwan Cha.
He's been landing quads since he was 14 years of age. He's now 22, so the experience is there.
And now the next competitor, Keegan Messing from Canada. He has acknowledged this will be his last season. The birth of his daughter, Mia, happened just around the same time as Canadian Nationals. His performance in his final free skate at Canadian Nationals was due on the same date as his wife was due to give birth. But he made it home in time, and hopefully will be treated to some pictures, as has become customary for him in the kiss and cry of his children.
For a long, decorated, wonderful career, his first ISU championship medal was at 4 continents. So he's acknowledging that this is going to be 2 of his second last skate, and it will be fun.
And now to Matteo Rizzo, the silver medalist from the recent European Championships. This, a skater whose entire training process and philosophy now geared towards the 2026 Milano Cortina Olympics.
Two-time Olympian, he regained the national title after
He won the Italian Nationals for the 2nd time this season.
Representing Italy.
I remember being impressed with him in Pyeongchang. His technique was clean, and he is the epitome of the skater that the judges would want to see everything done with clarity. And here we have the defending world champion, Shoma Uno.
Shoma Uno has won the Junior Grand Prix final, the Junior World title, the 4 continents, the World Championships, and the Grand Prix final. The only thing missing from his trophy cabinet is the Olympic Games. Will he continue towards 2026? Still pushing for improvements, very humble in his recognition of where he can still make progress, despite the brilliance that we've come accustomed to seeing for so many years.
Yep. The Olympic gold is the only one he's missing, so he is a 3-time Olympic medalist.
And now to Adam Siao Him Fa, the European champion. He will use quad toe loop and quad salco, but recently he has been seen on his social media posting quad flip and quad loops, and should he be ready to add them next season, he's saying that that won't be used this year, then he could be in with the mix of being the Olympic gold medal contender. Quadruple salco there, gloriously comfortable.
He had a perfect performance at the Europeans and had a massive PB. It's a very intense short program and it requires his emotional equipment. This young man from Italy has had a rough trot for the last few months.
Yes, lots of question marks over the approach that he has taken of late.
A very up and down season, really, post-Beijing Olympics. And his season's best scores have been well down, so he will want to redeem what for him was a pretty torrid European Championships. Last World Championships, he was in.
Daniel was the first European skater to land a quad loop back in 2018. And it will be quadruple jumps that he will need to be in contention again. And the same applies for Daniel. As with all of the competitors, we're so hopeful that some of the glorious performances that we've seen already will be replicated and even bettered. Smooth as silk on the triple axel for Shoma Uno.
There is 1 minute left in the warm-up.
So 1 minute remains of this final warm-up group in the men's short program.
Just watching Shoma Uno in this warm-up, and you just see quality with those jumps. The ISU president. There's so much quality out here, and again, he has really improved since he went to Stefan Lambiel. It seems to have imparted more discipline, and there's a sloppiness on his landings which was there a few years ago. All of that has disappeared from Shoma Uno's performances and is starting to put him in his own legendary status.
That is what the skating community wants. We want to celebrate skating legends. What Yuzuru Hanyu did for the sport and what he did for Japanese skating has been nothing short of incredible.
Well, there's been 18 medals for the Japanese men.
Sounds like the crowd does not want the men to leave the ice. Such an appreciative audience here in Saitama, at the Saitama Super Arena, as Shoma Uno puts his skate guards on to head backstage and wait his turn. Now the next competitor from Korea, Junhwan Cha. He was the Four Continents champion in 2022. He went into Four Continents this year feeling well trained and ready, but finished off the podium, and he's acknowledged that it was hard mentally coming off the back of that event because he felt so well prepared. Has he done enough training both physically and mentally to deliver his personal best now at the World Championships?
Very fast across the ice. Beautiful flowing quad salco. Such an easy generation of speed. And footwork all the way to this triple lutz, triple loop. The triple axel just integrated into that wonderful piece of choreography. Straight to the spin. Well, he has laid down the best of his career so far. What a relief for him, but what a magic performance for us.
And again, choreography of brilliant intent.
Oh, yes.
Shailin Bourne behind that magnificent step sequence, finding subtleties musically. And Junhwan Cha from Korea looked in his reaction to that performance that he was expecting to deliver here.
He's always had quality, but then he'll go through periods where it isn't happening. But that was a complete integration of very difficult jumps, quads and triples and the axles into the program. When Shailin Bourne gets it right, it's spectacular.
What a great show that was.
Coach Brian Orser saying what a great shot that was, and there'll be a camera on Brian, who was jumping up and down ringside with delight with that performance of his student.
So here is the triple Selevko. He came all the way around the ring. That has massive height. It lands easily. It lands like it was a double or a triple. Big knee bend, driving up to the triple Lutz.
The only loop combination.
And yes, you're quite right. And triple loop all the way around and backwards. It's just green lights and positive GOEs all the way. And this is what we were talking about before, is that you see it and you know it is. You know it's a +5. You don't have to go around justifying it. Here we go with the triple axel.
A little scratchy on the back edge of it. I think that's the jump that he likes least.
But it has very good height.
Yeah.
That's big height. There were some innovative moves, the same as there have been with Kevin Amos and Jason Brown, and the men are bringing it for innovation and creativity.
Now, Junhwan Cha at the Olympic Games was less than half a point off the 100 marker. Just looking at what's coming in, I think he's going to be, so he was 0.49 off the 100 marker at the Olympics. On our screen now, it looks like he's 0.36 off the 100 marker. Showing consistency at least.
He might have to like the triple axel a bit more.
Not again, Brian Orser says. Almost there for the Korean star.
Brilliant, entertaining performance, the whole package.
Brian Orser, oh my gosh, still pretty good. Well, the pressure mounts for those left to compete. The eldest male competitor and one of the most popular for sure.
His last competitive short program. Dad of 2.
Skating to Grace Kelly by Mika, the brilliant Keegan Messing.
Brilliant quad toe, triple toe, and at top speed. Again, wonderful flow, triple axel, great running edge. He's happy. One last jump to go with a Russian split into it. And there it is. Now we can watch his blades go. He's so nimble. The cartwheel. Utterly brilliant, Keegan Messing. Probably technically the best I've seen him in years. The quality of those quads and those toes.
And the fastest standing ovation from the audience here. Just wondrous from Keegan Messing. And I spoke to him yesterday and he was so passionately joyous talking about the birth of his daughter Mia. And I understand why completely that this is his final year at the World Championships. But every single one of the 20,000+ people here doesn't want it to be his last.
I know. And Ralph, his coach, he was also, he's been with him like the whole way. And Ralph is kind of looking forward to a rest too. Just he's going to soak every minute of this up. But really, technically, he couldn't have been better.
And the special scenes. Now, Keegan isn't the quintessential elegant skater necessarily, but
as he makes that face,
he does everything for the judging criteria. The length of this quad toe, the height, the length.
Is that some of your elegance you're into? But you see, again, it brings another dimension. He's nimble, he's quick, he's fast. He has brought so much blade skill there. And look at that landing speed, and the height, and the distance.
That's why.
And that's a triple axel. And there's no reason for that not to get the best grade of execution possible. Facts. What an outstanding entry into this Lutz, because he has to change direction. And that was a high split, Russian split. Look at that big knee bend. Likes camping, likes the outdoors, and you can tell. He just has to be indoors for now.
And Keegan has said that he feels like it's full circle finishing his competitive career in Japan. His great-grandfather was the first Japanese immigrant to Canada.
And he's looking to go out on a high because he said life's too short not to have fun with your sport.
You can see there in the back of shot how quickly the audience leapt to their feet in appreciation of this brilliant skater. Well, what a World Championship short program.
He forgot his phone.
Oh, we all want to see his new baby girl. Wyatt, his son, has been shown in the kiss and cry multiple times. Clasps his hands, asking, come on.
He's after the 100.
He wanted the 100.
He wanted the 100.
Nah, it's all right, it's all right.
It's all right. It's still a personal best.
Less than a point, a point and a half.
Yeah. Oh, so close.
Can't be easy skating after that, but Matteo Rizzo from Italy has to do it.
On the ice, representing Italy, Matteo Rizzo.
Using the same short program as last year, the music of Manskin. The European silver medalist simulates some of the jump takeoffs in the hope that they will be successful when he starts his short program.
Completely different style, but equally gorgeous. Quad toe, triple toe. Trying the quad loop. Very close. Increased speed now for his triple axel. Oh, it's singled out. Unexpected. Making the best of this footwork, trying to keep up the level fours in all of the elements that he can. But with two jump errors in this caliber of competition, it will be costly. Jump sit. The two other different positions. Oh, he's put his head in his hands, and his dad Volta down on the barrier did the same thing when the triple axel popped to a single. We've seen that through the event a few times. It happens.
So sad for Matteo Rizzo. He had such a brilliant achievement in his silver medal at the European Championships 2 months ago. Impressive to see him smiling when inside. I'm sure he's hurting so much. You just wonder how much he felt in the arena, what had gone before him, and if that had an impact upon him. That said, the opening quad toe, triple toe was glorious.
Absolutely glorious. And going for the quad loop was, see, he's second guessing himself now as he greets his dad, and he went back to coach Franco Bianconi. But he's gone after the quad loop because he wanted to up that technical content. He's a class act and a class skater. And that's a sort of program coming after Keegan Messing that makes it very difficult. You can see technically how superior his quad toe, triple toe is to some others in the field because it has so much flow. And here's the axel, which he would do in his sleep, and it just popped out. How does that happen? You don't even know why. It's just a timing thing. But trying to get back into the program, but inside he would know. So the spin, normally his combination spin would have been a level 4, is at a level 3. It's only a few points, but all of these losses add up. So where we may not have seen him in the top group, we may not see him in the second top group.
The only positive that I can glean from this is knowing that since he'd returned to his longtime coach Franco Bianconi, he's acknowledged that definite focus is on the Olympics in Milano Cortina, and that leads me to believe that there's going to be so much investment in him that this is a blip on the journey.
He's only 24.
Yes, and this shouldn't derail the team who have their eyes on a bigger prize, an Olympic medal in 3 years' time. 79.28 for Matteo Rizzo. Nothing like what he was hoping for, and now his coaching staff.
It's still the 18-year-old American Ilia Malinin to chase.
But the man most likely to usurp his lead is the current and reigning world champion. The Japanese flags are waving, as too are flags bearing his name, Shoma Uno. Started skating at the tender age of 5 after talking to another Japanese legend, Mao Asada. And he will be hoping to follow in the footsteps of Mao. She has 3 world titles to her name. Can he add a second to that which he won in France last year?
Triple flip. Quad flip. For the combination, the quad toe, double toe. Third jump, the axel, thought that was a little sideways, but came out well. incredible footwork directly to the spin, changing direction. This is the defending world champion, Shoma Uno. And it's a clean short program, and yes, it was a quad flip. He might not be happy about doing a double.
But the third of the three Japanese entrants, and he delivering unlike that of his competitors. And the pressure mounted upon Shoma Uno's shoulders for this event, just huge. Didn't have optimal prep, and he will be apologising to Stefan Lombia for that double toe. It has been his nemesis. Often quad toe, double toe, as opposed to quad toe, triple toe. However, the quality of components will be more than enough to lead.
If there was any thought that his foot is hurting and he's had an ankle injury this morning, now here's the quad flip with a really flowing landing. There's always the talk of that dig because it is around on the quarter going to the half, and that's the business of the technical panel. And here we have the quad toe. We're expecting the triple, and that's a double. But what's good, what he used to do is his form would fade, and now he holds his form. But he's creating all different sorts of emotions because he was only a classical skater and now is exploring so many more pieces of music for the triple axel. And I thought that was a brilliant correction in the air. And it's fast. Not as fast as Keegan Messing, perhaps.
So, interestingly, the elected choice to go for double toe at the end of the combination drops about 3 points. Now, it'll be interesting if, I'm sure Shoma will lead the short program, but we know what Ilia Malinin is capable of in regards to the free skate technical element score. Those 3 points may be costly tomorrow, or sorry, Saturday in the free skate as Stefan Lombia cheers him on.
They could be. They could be. We've had about 5 or 6 examples today of complete skating, complete packaged programs, and Shoma Uno is one of them at the top of his game. So you can tell that he's really pleased with how he's done, and there's a smile from the coach. That's always helpful.
And as a 2-time Olympic medalist, you would understand, having won the world title last year, if he chose to retire and turn to the professional ranks. But he's continued in the competitor arena, pushing his brain, mind and body, and for that we are so grateful as we await the scores for the world champion.
Will it go over 100?
How much will it go over 100? 104.63, and you can hear rapturous applause from the home nation fans. They know that that puts him over 4 points ahead of the talented American Ilia Malinin. Part 1 accomplished for Shoma Uno.
He's fight for the triple toe.
The coach is already talking about the triple toe. How many points that would be worth.
So now we move to the European champion, Adam Siao Him Fa. Said his goal is to skate cleanly. He has such a detailed approach to both programs, the interconnection between the short program and the free skate. A love story. And Adam Siao Him Fa from France will open with his quad combination.
No combination. And the second planned jump is the triple axel. Again, struggling for the landing. It's 3 jumps in a row and the quad salcho's coming up, and it now must be a combination. And that's those chances have all now evaporated for the combination, the jump combination. He'll have to make the best of the program. Performance-wise, he's bringing himself back through the disappointment of 3 disastrous open jumps. From the perfect experience at Europeans, where he had a massive personal best score, right up into 96.53, and that story won't be here for this World Short program. Problem on the quad toe, and it wasn't the combination that he had planned, and then the triple axel was a struggle to stay on top of, so he had to make the 3rd jumping pass his combination, and that didn't occur.
Greeted by both coach and choreographer Benoit Richaud as he leaves the ice, and they'd had a bold, creative concept for the short.
I can imagine that it would actually be hard to get used to this amount of head movement, that you would end up being disorientated, and that's why this program is so clever. Now here is the opening quad toe, where the hand went down and he wasn't able to get a combination to it. You can see how fast he is even in slow-mo. The board's going by the back. The double axel is slightly out to the left, and he has to really work to stay on his feet. So coming into this spin, he would have been thinking, I've let all 3 jumps go by, not my best. Now this is part of the choreography, but I think it was probably a little bit more true than normal. He said after his disappointing 5th at NHK that things didn't go as planned. He said, but I'm positive about tomorrow and we'll continue to work this way. So that's probably how he's going to be after this disappointment. Certainly had an opportunity to be in the top 6. And I don't think that that will happen running into the free program.
Yes, the short program story created by he and his choreographer Benoit Richaud is of a tragic breakup with the love of his life, and there'll be a second chance in the concept for the choreographer of the free skate, and he'll certainly be feeling that second chance aspirations when it comes to the performance on Saturday, given what took place today. And Siao Him Fa from France posts a 79.78, 11th place at this stage, so he will be in the penultimate group to skate.
And now everything rests with the last skater, Daniel Grassel from Italy, who's had a very tough season. He's last to skate. There he is.
On the ice, Representing Italy.
Getting last-minute instructions from the coach.
Grassl.
How Daniel Grassl skates will depend on whether Jason Brown is in the final group.
So Daniel Grassl from Italy needs a personal best like the 97.62 he had at the World Championships last year.
Stood at the cold face, stood with our backs to the sun. I can't remember being nothing but fearless and young.
One of his strongest jumps is the quad Lutz, and it's high scoring, and he needs it right now.
Echoes to fade away.
Hand down.
We fall into the dark as we dive under the wave. There was on your shoulder, strangers in your hand. As if you don't remember, as if you
Nice flow to the triple axel. An elegant exit.
only been alive. But tonight you're a stranger, so still
Using the Lutz again, but as a triple for the combination. This program has been choreographed by Jason Brown for Daniel. You can see where he's working to open up. The final spin, the combination spin. This has been a much better skate for Daniel, coming at the right time at the end of the season after a difficult time since Beijing.
Daniel Grassl, the final competitor in the men's short program. And as Belinda rightly pointed out, it has been a challenging season, and he'll be delighted to have delivered a skate like that at the World Championships in Saitama.
So the technical panel have been looking at the jumps. The quad Lutz will have a quarter put against it, which will bring down its total score.
Yeah.
stood at the cold face, stood with our backs to the
He has
sun.
copped a lot of criticism, and it couldn't have been easy to come out. He has this wrap on the free leg, which I think is always going to be there, but full credit to him for going for these jumps, and you can see that he's made it work for him. Skating last is not easy. And he approached Jason Brown earlier in the season and said, would he consider working with him to help him and do his short program, which I think shows a person who is really trying to find their way in the sport. He'll be 21 next week, so he's still young.
I'm sure when he approached Jason, he didn't expect that he would be competing against Jason at this year's World Championships. The assumption was that Jason would retire from the competitive ranks following the Olympic Games.
Well, it's pretty much at this moment for the top 6 between Daniel and Jason.
And I think the component scores for Daniel, whilst improved,
they're not going to be enough.
Are not enough to beat his choreographer, Jason Brown, who has a 94.17 with the short program that he posted earlier in the competition.
He's happy enough.
The score for Daniel Grassel is 86.50.
So 86.50 for the Italian Daniel Grassel, and he finds himself in 8th place after the first stage of competition in this year's World Championships. And that concludes the skating for the second day of competition in Saitama. Shoma Uno, the favourite coming into the competition, the reigning world champion, has delighted those that have come to support him here. He will be threatened by Ilia Malinin in the free skate on Saturday, based on the strength of the technical element score that we've seen from Ilia already this season. Further down, many brilliant performances. Disappointment though for Sota Yamamoto, another Japanese skater who struggled today. And
Boyang Jin has much to prove.
Indeed, and Adam Hagara, the Slovakian, rounds out the top 24 who qualify for the free skate in 2 days' time. All of the men will have a chance to practice tomorrow, a relative rest before they conclude their competition at this year's Worlds. So we thank you for joining us. Shortly we will see a recap of the top 3 performances, I am sure, as Junhwan Cha takes the small bronze medal after the short program. So often he falls just short of the 100-point marker, and that happened again today with a 99.64 for his Michael Jackson short program. Ilia Malinin, the 18-year-old, skated as cleanly as he possibly could. It was a quad lutz that he used in combination, and there a triple axel. We look forward excitedly to seeing the quadruple version of that takeoff. And here to the world champion, Shoma Uno. It hasn't been the optimal week in training, but when it counted, he absolutely delivered. Passionately buoyed on by coach Stéphane Lambiel. And nice to see his reaction to the performance. So the short program today has paved the way for an exciting contest on Saturday. Join us tomorrow for the conclusion of the women's event and the start of the ice dance competition. As we see the blossom trees in the kiss and cry, we bid thee all good night after a wonderful day of skating at the Saitama Arena.
お待ちの間、お忘れ物などございませんよう、今一度ご確認